Tell me when it's time to go.
You're good. Ready to go.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council and Authorities concurrent meeting. So could you please, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of America,
to the republic
and stands
one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill.
You're muted,
muted.
Councilmember.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe.
here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Do you want to read the statements, Nora?
Yes, statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. Continuances and exceptions. Do we have any continuances and exceptions from the council? Okay, seeing none. Special order of business. First, we're going to start with a verbal report from our city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Deanna?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council and Council Member-elects. The status update on the state of COVID-19 emergency is provided for the City Council per Government Code Section 8630. It's been a long week. A lot has happened, so our report today is rather thorough so that we can provide an update on services that have been suspended as well as what still remains open. But first, just let me start by what's happened. Santa Clara County and the other Bay Area counties are experiencing record-breaking surges of COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations. To ensure hospitals in the Bay Area have the capacity to provide medical treatment, including intensive care, Santa Clara County, along with 5 other Bay Area jurisdictions, implemented the state's regional stay-at-home order before the state required it. Santa Clara County's stay-at-home order was effective Sunday, December 6, 2020 at 10 p.m. and will go through January 4, 2021. The state of California mandated last Thursday, December 3rd, that when the regional Bay Area ICU capacity fell below 15%, a regional stay-at-home order would be in effect. Santa Clara County's available ICU capacity was already at 14% on Friday, December 4th. The Bay Area health officers from the counties of Santa Clara, Alameda, Contra Costa, San Francisco, Marin, and the city of Berkeley decided not to wait for the region's ICU capacity to fall below 15% to implement the order. The order requires all individuals shall stay at home or at their place of residence except as necessary to conduct activities associated with the operation, maintenance, or usage of critical infrastructure. Worship and political expression are permitted outdoors in compliance with existing COVID requirements in those activities. Critical infrastructure sectors may operate and must continue to modify operations pursuant to the applicable sector guidance. And we've obviously had to implement that very quickly, and I'll be able to share what's open and what has been suspended later on as part of some sharing of slides. To reduce congestion at the risk of transmission of COVID in critical infrastructure retailers, all retailers may operate indoors at no more than 20% capacity. On Sunday, December 6th, the state issued a supplemental order that allows standalone groceries where the principal business activity is the sale of food to operate at 35% capacity based on fire department occupancy limits. All restaurants must close indoor and outdoor dining, but are allowed to provide takeout and food delivery service. I want to touch on some county health officials' statements that were made yesterday. Santa Clara Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody shared yesterday that this is the most concerning point in the time of the COVID pandemic to date. The 7-day average is 518 days, which is double what it has been during the summer peak, but it continues to rise sharply. Just yesterday, 1,450 new cases were reported, and our hospital status in the county is at 250% increase compared to 4 weeks ago. Dr. Cody described our county's hospital capacity as the worst in the Bay Area. COVID-19 Director Healthcare Preparedness Dr. Ahmad Kamala stated yesterday that as of Sunday, December 6th, the county's hospitals had, for our total of 2 million population, only 50 available ICU beds for our population. However, today it was lowered to 31 ICU beds being available for our 2 million county population. In terms of some future opportunities, it looks like the county's testing officer, Dr. Marty Festershai, provided an update also on vaccines. He does expect for the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to approve the Pfizer vaccine as of December 10th, and California anticipates receiving 327 doses on or about December 15th. With our population of 2 million, we anticipate being allocated 17,500 doses, which will be prioritized for acute hospital healthcare staff and long-term care staff and residents. These are the first of 2 doses that are required for the Pfizer formulary, and the second doses are expected to be received approximately 3 weeks later. And as we receive more information about distribution of doses, we'll be sure to bring that back. In terms of impact on the order to city services, the city is taking a recent surge in coronavirus cases and hospitalizations very serious with the safety of our community and our employees as our top priority. We have a slide that shows what is open and what is closed, and I'll allow for the staff to bring up the slides. I'll just very quickly walk through them. So as the state and county have directed, with limited exceptions, all individuals must stay home, and gathering and mixing with persons not in your household is prohibited by the order. I recognize and acknowledge how difficult this will be, but the city must require compliance with respect to these orders. So let's move to essential services of what is being provided. We continue, the next slide, please. We continue to provide public safety, police, fire, and public works, utilities through Silicon Valley Power, as well as water and sewer utilities. Our business services remain open for utility billing and business licenses. Planning and building for permits, inspections, code enforcement, life safety concerns, and new housing construction. Housing for affordable housing program support and low-income and homeless community services are still provided. Our senior services for case management, for care management services for older adults, and welfare checks by phone. We continue to provide our daily to-go senior nutrition drive-through pickup or walk-up services at the Santa Clara Senior Center, and Food for Families program will continue on Wednesday through January in partnership with the Salvation Army and Second Harvest Food Bank. We are also providing biweekly COVID testing at Central Park Library in partnership with the County of Santa Clara and our administrative staff continues to work through a hybrid model for accounts payable, accounts receivable, HR services, as well as the council appointee services that are regularly provided. In terms of mission essential parks and rec services, if we can go to the next slide. The City of Santa Clara neighborhood and community parks for essential outdoor recreation to support our residents' personal and physical and mental health includes walking, biking, jogging, lap swimming, individual gardening, and same household member tennis provided that all the health and safety protocols are followed. Park restrooms will remain open, cleaned, and sanitized daily, but are restricted to one person or household at a time. The purpose of these limits on certain public activity is to reduce opportunities for community transmission of the coronavirus and to offer services where staff can comply and be safe to minimize transmission. Here is a list of what has been closed or suspended and is no longer permitted during the time of these orders. Park playgrounds, basketball courts, picnic areas, off-leash dog areas, skate park, lawn bowling, indoor recreation classes and gymnastics, community rooms, team sports and field rentals, Agnos Historic Cemetery Museum, and all in-person and indoor recreation classes are canceled except for virtual programs. The Parks and Rec Department is evaluating current recreation programs, and where possible, we're moving those programs to be online and through a virtual format. In terms of mission essential library services, if we can go to the next slide. In an effort to encourage community members to stay home as much as possible, the library is shifting its focus to virtual and online services, as well as redirecting staff resources to support the city's food distribution and a potential increase in COVID testing programs. Patrons may enjoy their library materials longer as the system has updated so that the returns will not be due until the library reopens and no longer have overdue fees. They will not be charged due to the closure. While the library's physical locations may have been closed to the public, Santa Clara residents will continue to enjoy 24/7 access to their favorite online digital resources by visiting the library's website. In addition to online materials, the library is proud to continue its strong portfolio of online programming for residents of all ages, including book clubs, story time, tutoring programs, and community learning sessions and crafting videos. And I'm excited to share that this Saturday, we will be celebrating our 5th annual Santa Clara Public Library Comic-Con. And already, as we know, this event is very popular within the community with thousands of people showing up. And this year is no different. As of this morning, I can share that 67,000 people have clicked interested. And for our story time with Elsa, we have 5,600 people saying that they're going, with 4.4 thousand people sharing the information. So Storytime with Elsa is very popular, as you can tell. We only have space, unfortunately, for 1,000 attendees, but anyone interested will be able to watch the Storytime with Elsa through library's YouTube channel, and you can tune in and watch that at your convenience. So we've learned today that Santa Clara is making plans to connect with the Santa Clara youth via Zoom in the coming weeks. Good news through all of this is that we've learned from Santa's elves that they are working to set up appointments. So please plan to visit sclibrary.org at calendar events of when you can book some Zoom time with Santa and be able to celebrate the holidays. I do have some good news in addition to what I just shared. Despite all of the COVID pandemic response that the city has been providing, I want to share that tomorrow we have some special employees who have participated in our first round of launching of our Worker Scholars graduates. This is our program while you are concurrently working, the city offers an opportunity through study.com for employees to earn their bachelor's degree. And we launched this last year. And tomorrow we have our first 4 graduates. And so I'm pleased to announce that Gary Ferraris of Public Works, Nicole Jarvis from the library, Chris Rosa from Parks and Rec Department, as well as Betty Oliveria from Police Department, who showed incredible commitment and continued learning and education, will receive their bachelor's degree tomorrow. I want to give a special shout out to our key backbone. One of our key backbone besides Lisa Schoenthal is Jennifer Guzman. She works out of our Office of Emergency Services. She will be graduating in June. She was scheduled to graduate tomorrow as well, but through the COVID pandemic, she has selflessly put that work aside so that she can still provide service to the city while completing her degree in June. So that is something for us to celebrate, given that this was our first year. I'm going to hand it over to Lisa to give a numbers update based on activity that's taken place today, as well as other key information. Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore and members of the council and council member-elects. This is Lisa Schoenthal. In addition to the numbers City Manager Santana reported, I'll share that today the state determined Santa Clara County's adjusted COVID case rate is 16.7 cases per 100,000 of our population, which remains consistent, this is no surprise, with the purple tier 1 metric of greater than 7 cases. You may recall last week on December 1st, the case rate was 11 cases per 100,000. The state determined the county's adjusted test positivity rate to be 4.9% as a 7-day average. Last week, that positivity rate was 3.5%. Today, the county reported a positivity rate of 5.4%. As City Manager Santana shared, cases and hospitalizations continue to sharply increase. As of today, the latest COVID case numbers reported by Santa Clara County reflect a cumulative total of 41,316 cases in the county, 512 deaths, and 1,838 cases in the city of Santa Clara. This includes 725 new cases in the county and 10 new cases in the city from the prior day. I've shared these numbers and these metrics for the sake of continuity with the information I share during each report. However, for practical purposes right now, the numbers I have reported are not truly the most meaningful numbers. The City Manager Santana reported on Sunday, we had a total of 50 ICU beds available in our county's hospitals for our population of 2 million people. And today, County Director of Healthcare Preparedness, Dr. Ahmad Kamala, reports we have a total of 31 ICU beds in our county hospitals, and some of our hospitals have 0 ICU beds. This indicates that 9.5% of ICU beds in the county are available right now countywide. This low number of available ICU beds is a very significant metric that indicates how stretched the healthcare system is. Hospitals are nearing capacity and staffing is stretched thin statewide. Dr. Kamala reports that staff are exhausted. Hospitals are working to redistribute patients. Some hospitals are deferring elective surgeries, especially those that require an inpatient stay, which frees up both staff and beds. All hospitals have comprehensive surge plans, but these surge plans are dependent on staffing. Because the stay-at-home order was implemented early in the counties City Manager Santana referenced, it is feasible right now to transfer patients to other counties in the region with available capacity through regional medical and health coordination. The state is also looking at various ways to support medical surge statewide. This concludes my update.
Mayor, we are available for any questions if there are any. If not, that concludes our report.
Wow, certainly not any good news for us to hear, but it just shows the seriousness of the situation that we're in now. And thank you so much for keeping us up to date and protecting our employees and our public for what we're dealing with at the moment. Is there anyone who has any questions or comments? I don't see any hands. So
Thank you.
thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Lisa Schoenthal, for the report. Okay, the next item we have on the agenda, special order of business, is action on resignation letters from Suds Jane and Anthony Becker from the Planning Commission. So I need a motion to accept the resignations.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Hardy, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Is there any discussion on that? Any public members? Just trying to see if I see any hands up.
No hands are raised at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes,
That motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Next, we go to public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Anything that has come in, Assistant City Clerk?
I do not have anything for public presentations.
Do we have any members of the public that would like to make a presentation? And these are items that are not on the agenda. I don't see any hands.
And Mayor,
Staff,
no hands are raised at this time.
thank you. Just let me know if you're seeing something I'm not seeing.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't have any public presentations. So next, we're going to go to adopting a resolution declaring the results of the canvass of returns of the consolidated municipal election held on November 3rd, 2020 with the statewide presidential election. City Clerk, is this yours, Hassan? City Clerk Hagag, are you taking this?
I am. I just had to be converted to a presenter and get my video working. So I think my audio is good because I see some smiles. Well, today's the day.
Before you start, do you want all of us to turn off our videos while Hassam's speaking?
I think the city staff are going to be able to handle that, but they can correct me if I'm wrong.
That's okay. Right now, Mayor, you can keep your videos on for the adoption of the election results.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Well, today's the big day. I think everybody here knows, and everybody watching knows what we are here for today primarily. Yes, it is a normal council meeting, but this is the council meeting in which we will formally adopt the certification of results from the November 3rd, 2020 election. As everybody knows, there was a consolidated municipal election that was held on November 3rd this year, just a little over a month ago, that was consolidated with the statewide presidential election. As per the California Elections Code, section 9296 and 10262, they require in the California Elections Code that the City Council adopt a resolution reciting the facts of the election no later than the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting following the 30-day canvass of returns, and that's of course today. So basically, the election happens. The Registrar of Voters has 30 days to complete the canvass and certify the elections, and then the first City Council meeting after that 30-day canvass and certification from the Registrar of Voters, the next immediate council meeting, we read the results of the certified canvass into the record and adopt a resolution to accept those results. So today is that day. I'm bringing forward this report, and staff has prepared a resolution for adoption by the council, in which there is an attachment of the official canvass from the Registrar of Voters of the election from last month, with all the appropriate provisions from the California Elections Code included in that resolution. But I do want to summarize the result of the election. I know those who follow election night counting basically keep hitting refresh on the Registrar of Voters website to get the latest numbers, but it does take them about 30 days to canvass and fully certify the results. So the numbers that you may have seen, the numbers that you did see on election night and even for days following that, wasn't the full vote count. So I'm here to share with everybody what the final vote count and tally was. for all of the races that individuals participated for, and the ballot measure that we had in Santa Clara last month. The first bit of news that I wanted to share is that in Santa Clara, we have 58,593 registered voters. The total number of ballots cast in Santa Clara was 49,286 for an over 84% voter turnout. I want everybody at home who's watching to give themselves a round of applause. That is a huge voter turnout. Nationwide, 2020 was a record year, and the estimates put it at about 66% voter turnout. So Santa Clara was at 84% out of registered voters came out and voted and made their voices heard. That is phenomenal. Everybody who participated, thank you. Keep telling your friends to vote and participate in the democratic process. In the next election, we have 16% more to go before we hit 100, which would be a milestone and probably a first in the nation. So congratulations to everybody who participated. I'm going to go ahead and read now the results from the different offices that ran for election, as well as the ballot measure. So for District 1, a council member, Kathy Watanabe, received 3,121 votes out of a total of 5,831 votes cast for that district, with a percentage of 53.52%. Harbir Bhatia received 2,710 votes for a percentage of 46.48%. So Kathy had the most votes in district. Councilmember Watanabe, or Councilmember-elect Watanabe, had the most number of votes in District 1 at 53.5%. In District 4, candidates Kevin Nara Park and Teresa O'Neill were candidates for District 4. Kevin Nara Park received 3,873 votes out of 6,766 for a total percentage of 57.24%. While Teresa O'Neill received 2,893 votes for a total of 42.76%. So Councilmember-elect Kevin Nara Park received the most votes in District 4 election. For District 5, candidates Suds Jane and Bob O'Keefe were running for District 5. Candidate Jane received 4,335 votes out of 7,152 votes cast for District 5 for a total of 60.61%, while candidate Bob O'Keefe received 2,817 votes for a total of 39.39%. So Councilmember-elect Jane received the most votes in District 5. For District 6, we had 3 candidates, Anthony J. Becker, Robert L. Mazzetti II, and Gautam Gary Barv. And Anthony Becker received 3,452 votes out of 8,588 votes for a total of 40.20%. Candidate Mazzetti received 3,157 votes for a total of 36.76%. And candidate Barv received 1,979 votes for a total of 23.04%. So Councilmember-elect Becker received the most number of votes. For City Clerk, myself, I ran unopposed and received 33,548 votes out of that many number of votes. And Chief of Police Pat Nicolai also ran unopposed and received 33,880 votes out of that many number of votes cast. We also had Measure E for the transient occupancy tax on the ballot. It was a ballot measure with a yes and no answer. The affirmative, the yes, received 33,183 votes out of a total of 45,106 votes for a percentage of 73.57%. So Measure E passes with 73%. So congratulations to everybody who won. I know the rest of tonight's ceremony will be to swear in and hear from those council member elects. Actually, all of the newly elected, as well as from the outgoing council members. So as far as this item is concerned, I am proposing or recommending that the current city council adopt a resolution reciting the facts of the consolidated municipal election held on November 3rd, 2020, with the statewide presidential election, and declare the following candidates elected: Kathy Watanabe for council member in Council District 1, Kevin Nara Park for council member in Council District 4, Sudansu Suds Jane for council member in Council District 5, Anthony J. Becker for council member in Council District 6, Hossam Hagag for city clerk, and Pat Nikolai for chief of police, each for a 4-year term ending in 2024. So that is a recommendation for the council to adopt that resolution.
Thank you, City Clerk, for the report. So do I have a motion to adopt the resolution declaring the results of the
So moved.
election?
Second.
Okay, adopted by motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember O'Neill. Any questions or comments from anyone on this? All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So
That
thank you. and that-
Unanimously.
Oh, there we go. We have it up. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you, City Clerk, for reading that, but I don't think your job's over for this evening.
It's not, and I'm passing the mic back to you.
All right, thank you. We'll just pass it back and forth
Yep,
virtually.
just for a little bit, we'll pass it back and forth.
Right. So now that we've declared the election results, we're going to start with the recognition and remarks from outgoing elected officials. And this is unusual for us because we're used to having this ceremony in person, and really, there's a wonderful part of this evening where at the end we all get cake, but I guess we're not going to be able to have that today to honor our outgoing and our incoming city council members. So we're going to make the best of it, and hopefully, all of you will be able to celebrate and be honored in your own way with your own family units after the ceremonies today. But we're thinking of all of you virtually because we have to do it this way. But so first of all, I'd like to recognize outgoing Councilmember Teresa O'Neill and outgoing Councilmember Debbie Davis for their exemplary and dedicated service to the city of Santa Clara. Councilmember O'Neill and Davis have both served their constituents with honor and forthrightness for 8 years, each of them for 8 years, and they've been shining examples of consummate public service. So I'm going to start with Teresa, Councilmember O'Neill. We've received several recognition items and commendations for you. I have to tell you, I know you've been on so many committees and commissions, and you are very well loved throughout all of the committees and commissions that you've been on, because we have an outpouring of letters and commendations for you. And I just want to say, talk about just a couple of them that are honoring both your service from both state and federal officials. We have a congratulatory letter from Senator Dianne Feinstein, a certificate of congressional recognition from Representative Ro Khanna, who I hope we're going to be hearing from very soon. A framed proclamation from the California state legislators signed by Senator Bob Wachowski and also former Assembly Member Kansen Chu. We have a number of gifts and mementos for you from the city, and we will arrange for them to be delivered to your home. And I want to take this opportunity now to present you with this proclamation on behalf of the city to honor your service and memorialize the mark that you've left on this city. And you've left quite a mark. So thank you so much, but we'll talk a little bit more about you in just a minute. I want to move to Councilmember Debbie Davis. We've also received commendations and recognition items honoring your service from both state and federal legislators, including a congratulatory letter from Senator Dianne Feinstein, a certificate of congressional recognition from Representative Ro Khanna, and a frame proclamation from California State Legislature signed by Senator Wachowski and former Assembly Member Kansen Chu. We also have a lot of gifts and mementos, especially from the committees and commissions that you have served on as well. And both you, Councilmember Davis and Councilmember O'Neill, have a ton of support from all the places that you where you represented the city of Santa Clara so graciously and professionally. So we will deliver all of those. Well, it's going to be a little harder to go back east. Maybe someone can take those commendations back to Councilmember Davis back in New York. Maybe I'll volunteer for that. But I also want to present you, Councilmember Davis, with a proclamation as well from the city commemorating your service and your legacy from Santa Clara. So there's many boards and commissions that you've been on. I'll talk about them in a minute. But at this time, I hope he is on, I'd like to introduce Congressman Ro Khanna of California District 17 to thank both Councilmember Davis and Councilmember O'Neill for their service. And then he's also going to congratulate and welcome our new incoming council members as well. Congressman Khanna, are you on?
Congressman Khanna, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me, Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, we can. Thank you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Wonderful. I appreciate it. Great to hear you. I'm still here in DC at the Capitol where we're trying to get the stimulus deal done, but I was so pleased to hear about the 84% turnout in Santa Clara. That is extraordinary. And Mayor Gilmore, thank you for your continued service and leadership for the community and your extraordinary work. I want to welcome our new council members, Kevin Park, Jane, Anthony Becker. Congratulations to all of you. Please reach out to Tom or me, and our office looks forward to working with you and continuing the tradition of partnering closely with the Santa Clara City Council. I'd also like to thank Vice Mayor Karen Hardy and, of course, Council Member Rod Chahal for your continuing service. And now I want to recognize the outgoing council members, two dear friends, Teresa O'Neill and Debbie Davis. Councilmember O'Neill, I've really enjoyed seeing you time and again in Washington and your advocacy for Santa Clara Power and for community choice energy and renewable energy. You have devoted so much time to the community, 8 years on the school board, the planning commission, 8 years then on city council, and you are an expert on so many regional issues, not just energy, but transportation. We have worked together on so many issues, and I look forward to your expertise and your vision going forward. I see your social media posts. I know you had said something kind about me recently, so I watch what you do, and I'm going to still view you as a resource going forward, and thank you for all your service. And Councilmember Debbie Davis, you too have been dedicated to service in our community, including 5 years as a Culturally Advisory Commission, 5 years with the Santa Clara Sister Cities, which I know is a very big deal in our community. I appreciate that you've served in so many capacities, including chair of the Economic Development Committee and also on the board of the county associations, and the water work that you've done on water issues has been very helpful. Debbie, it's been a pleasure to be a friend and to work together. And I just want to thank you as well for your service.
Thank you very much, Congressman Khanna. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ro.
Thank you. And I guess there's a later part of the program now with the swearing in, right?
Yes, so just hang tight there for a
Great.
minute. We're going to get you on real soon. Thank you very much, Congressman Khanna. Congratulations on your reelection as well. I had no doubt, but you've done such wonderful service and represented us with honor in Washington. And we all watch you almost daily on the news and in the world reports about the progress that you've made. And we're very incredibly proud of you. We're so proud of you and so proud that you represent us. So thank you for taking the time to come this evening. And I know you're coming, you'll be on later on in the agenda for one of the swearings in with Councilmember Watanabe. So now's the time I'd like to invite Councilmember Davis and O'Neill to say a few words. And I would like to start with Councilmember Davis. Debbie.
Lisa, thank you. This is kind of a bittersweet moment, and COVID kind of impacted us. So this little video thing, Zoomy, whatever, you've been hearing my voice for a very long time, for the last year, since March, and so you're going to hear it again. So I think, how many minutes do I have there, Mayor?
30 seconds? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, stop.
No.
Okay, this might be a long one, folks, so hunker down. And I hope I get through this with a minimal amount of tears. So here we go. It has been an honor and a privilege to have served at the pleasure of the residents of the great city of Santa Clara. 8 years of memories and successful policy changes on my watch happened with a team that had only a single goal: the quality of life for our residents. Not one policy decision was made that did not respect the concerns, cultural diversity, gender, or race of our residents. I am proud to say of my accomplishments, transparency was of the utmost importance. Prior to my first term, Planning Commission meetings were not live streamed. Santa Clara was the only city in the South Bay area not to be transparent with real-time decisions on land use, residential upgrades, business permitting, and large-scale community developments. In my second term, we went live July 13th, 2016. And a little sidebar, Teresa O'Neill tried as a planning commissioner during her tenure to have the meetings live streamed. Unfortunately, it did fall on deaf ears. So I am happy that is one of my accomplishments. A call for transparency again, when I chaired the ethics committee, rumors swirled that developers had the green light on every project and automatically approved by council. There was no community outreach or engagement. Calendars by all elected officials, as well as city manager and city attorney, were adopted on the open ordinance on January 12th, 2016. Another transparency issue arose with council being lobbied by various groups. The catalyst was a prior city manager, a former mayor, and various council members were meeting with individuals to advocate for developments without it being clear who were these people representing. It also came in question at council meetings during public comment. The lobbyist ordinance was adopted on January 12th, 2016. These folks now are required to register as lobbyists with the city and then required to identify themselves as lobbyists during public comment on the development project that they are being paid for. But my favorite accomplishment was the rebranding of the city to the center of what's possible. I persuaded the then mayor to create a marketing committee for the upcoming Super Bowl. The committee was Mayor Lisa Gilmore and Councilmember Kathy Watanabe. Communications with the community were challenging at best. The team that represented the city that we all had to offer was, Santa Clara University. Thank you, Butch Coyne. Great America. The hotels, thank you, JP Rollet and Aaron Hodges and Joe Eustace. Developers, Carlene Machneff, at the time was from Irvine. The Cultural Commission, the library, Silicon Valley Power, the Chamber, the Convention Center, Mission College, Santa Clara Unified, and the San Francisco 49ers. Monthly, we brainstormed on various issues to updating the website, street banners, hosting community events for the residents, and communicating what was happening in the great city of Santa Clara. Super Bowl for Santa Clara. The concerts we had with Hart, thank you, Mission College, Daniel Peck, and Huey Lewis, Santa Clara University, thank you, Chris Shea and Father Ang, for working with the city to make these concerts extremely well attended. The biggest thanks I have to give to Jim Teixeira, Parks and Rec staff. I don't think you slept for over a month, maybe more, organizing this epic event for Santa Clara. The second part of the marketing committee, the second task was to continue the networking we established, keeping each other and using the resources that we have, because we are the center of what's possible. Thanks to Lon and team for continuing with communications. All of these accomplishments were done with the collaboration of a very special team. I am so very grateful to have had the pleasure to work with these ladies. I am the 9th elected woman to the Santa Clara City Council in its 168-year history. I had been in great company with these ladies, all because the 19th Amendment was passed Congress on June 4th, 1990, and ratified August 18th, 1920. Unfortunately, today, women are still the minority. I want to thank Councilmember Teresa O'Neill, the 10th elected woman to City Council. You have been an inspiration, a visionary, and bar none, the best listener I have ever met. Teresa's love of this city, passion for residents, common sense approach to this council made her the perfect fit to make effective policy changes. We always did not see eye to eye, but part of the job was to see the issue from all sides. I will miss our conversations, T. We have been together since 2012, and what a roller coaster ride it's been. But we will always have the Mayflower Hotel. I want to thank Councilmember Kathy Watanabe, the 11th elected woman to City Council, and now the senior council member. I'm handing the baton over to you, Kathy. You have represented the North Side like no other. Actually, the first council member to be appointed and elected to the North Side. It was a pleasure to watch you get the library out of the ground, helping your neighbors on a daily basis, and make some great policy decisions for all of Santa Clara. You are a person of sound integrity, a great listener, and the best can-do attitude I have ever seen. You will always be the mayor of the North Side. You earned the title. And I wish you the best during these unprecedented times. I will miss you, Kathy. 8 years of memories and still counting. I want to thank Mayor Lisa Gilmore, the 4th elected woman to the City Council. First in 1985 and then elected mayor in 2018. In the history of Santa Clara councils, a woman-dominated council existed in 1994 with 4 women, and the history-making 2018 council of 6 women. It was epic that we came a long way since 1920. We broke the glass ceiling under your leadership and set in motion the much-needed reform. Transparency, fiscal responsibility, sound policy decisions, and the end of the great giveaways of public funds. As Mayor Lisa, you were the one to take the bullets from the people who did not like the word no. I am proud to have served with you for the last 8 years, assuring the quality of life for our residents was the top priority. I wish you much luck as you continue working on the much needed reforms still to come for the city of Santa Clara. 8 years working in the community, I appreciate the friendships I made along the way. I will forget some of the names, but please blame it on my age, but here we go. Dorothy Rosa and Carol Wada, Santa Clara's dynamic duo. Steve and Beverly Silva, volunteer extraordinaires. Kurt Vartan and Margaret Lee, some native New Yorkers. Debbie Triofos, keeper of the library. Lee Brofman, Debbie Paveo, my sister city partner. Saeed companion, Bill and I will miss you. Bill Butch Coyne, you and I have been here for together. Mary Ellen and Chris Stewart, PAL volunteers. Linda and Milo Lecca, PAL volunteers. Howard and Rich, you will need a new coffee partner, my men. Linda Zazara, Louis Samara, Deborah Von Hune, Rosalie Wilson, Mike and Margaret Waukee, Niall Adler, Hazel, keep the people going, and Kathy got you the bathroom. Woohoo! Nancy B. Genie, Frank Serrano, Robin Burdick, Rita Holiday, Marty Rigoni, Eva Sutton, Noreen and Stan Carlson, Dan Andersack and the 4,000 plus company, Michelle Castro, Bunny Lockwood, my cultural commissioner buddies, Ty Tran, Dave Fatlin, John Chung, Frank Giamelli, Shirley Durso and Maddie McClintock, Chemo, the mayor of the senior center, Arlene Rose and Rick Mock, Lou Faria and Bob Blake, Lorraine Figuera and family, the Cyan family, Michael Fiorillo, I want you to mail those rice balls to New York. Pat Float, my Pearl River friend, Gay Fu, Eversley Forte, Lori Garcia, thank you for the historical tour of Santa Clara. Hassam Hagab, you do some good work. Howard Hung, keep District 6 on track. Kathy and Mark Kelsey, Will and Sylvia Kennedy, Brian Lowry, Pat and Teacher Nikolai, Gary and Shanna Potts, Bill and Anna Strauss, Bob O'Keefe, keep up the good fight, and Ramazetti and Al Familia. And to those I have lost over the last 8 years, but the memories remain. Christy Kenny, Keiko Lowry, Jackie Moore, Aldith Peril, Del Fontana, Emma Calterna, Joe Cornder, Jerry Marcelli, Larry Marcelli, and the most painful of all, John Figuera, a mentor, patriot, Sister Cities advocate, and the patriarch of Figuera Strong. I see John breaking bread with Jesus and President Eisenhower as they send love to us and hope to help with what's going on. God bless to you, John, and I always will miss your infectious laugh. To the staff who made me look good. No, they made me look great. Genevieve, the constant professional and great supporter, I will miss you. Julie, you were there for every occasion. Thank you. Simi, in the world of Zoom, you kept me grounded along with Nora, but you made it easy to navigate. Derek, what can I say? You made it easy on the dais, and you gave us great support in TV land. Gary and Shilpa, I will miss you driving me to TPAC meetings, and you always helping me navigate the world of water. Thank you. Guav, you gave me the best present of the Harvard grant to launch the city to the center of what's possible. I will miss the League of Cities conferences and watch you show the other cities how IT is done in Santa Clara. Thanks to Deanna and Brian. What can I say other than it's been a wild ride? Thank you again. And thanks to all the staff. You make it look good for us, but supporting us did take that village. My heartfelt thanks to my parents who believed that I could do anything to make the world a better place. Finally, to my husband, Bill, you supported me for 30 years. You lifted me up and made me laugh at the things that were totally absurd. You reminded me that there are two sides to every story, and somewhere in the middle was the truth. You reminded me that the Queen Mary does not turn on a dime. I had to learn patience. You reminded me to keep my faith. God is in control. Thank you for traveling on this journey with me, and I am ready for the next adventure called retirement. Thank you, Santa Clara, for the memories and serving at your pleasure. I will miss you all. May God bless you. Have a Merry Christmas. Councilmember Debbie Davis signing off.
Wow, Debbie. Wow, that was incredible. Thank you, Debbie. I'm going to say a few words after Councilmember O'Neill goes. So, wow. Okay, Councilmember O'Neill, you're up.
Okay, thank you. I found it hard to believe that 8 years have gone by so quickly and that my service as a Santa Clara council member is coming to a close. I'm sure there are a number of you who wish it had gone by a little faster. I will always be grateful to the voters of Santa Clara that you saw fit to entrust me with the responsibility of representing you and your interests on the City Council. I have diligently tried to keep in the forefront of my thinking, decision making, and action that it isn't about me, but what will best serve you, the people of Santa Clara. Thank you so much for this opportunity to serve, bring positive change, and to grow as a person. You make it all possible here in the center of what's possible. I appreciate all the support from so many people in the Santa Clara community during this recent election. I want to most especially thank Lee Brofman, Yuki Ikezi, and Doug Hosking for their invaluable assistance and encouragement in keeping the campaign going in the most ethical way possible. I couldn't have done it without you. Very special thanks go to Carmen Pasquale, Vicky Fairchild, Jody Muirhead, Jim Canova, Bob Owens, Janice Bremis, Doris Atkinson, Margaret Demarest, Bernice Eng, Kathy Costanza, Ann Kepner, Andrew Knack, Will Kennedy, Ralph Sevilla Jones, Peggy Parkin, and John O'Neill for helping me walk and drop literature in every street of District 4. My gratitude also extends to Kathy Amazal and Kevin Heller for their words of support. While the council sets policy and is accountable to all our residents, it is our professional staff that figures out how to implement council priority and gets it done. My appreciation and admiration goes to City Manager Deanna Santana and her very talented staff for all the progress we have made in making Santa Clara a 21st century city, operating more efficiently and effectively on behalf of our residents and businesses, while at the same time becoming a more open city government. Much more city information is available to the public on our website and every form of social media. The public can attend many more meetings via the internet than previously, which has helped the community become even more engaged than before. Witness our 84% voter turnout. I especially want to mention some of the staff that I've had the pleasure to work with and get to know through my council assignments. At Silicon Valley Power, Chief Electric Utility Officer Manuel Pineda and managers Kathleen Hughes, Basil Wong, Ann Hatcher, Kevin Kalmowski, and Alan Curatori. They all provided invaluable support in what I like to call the care and feeding of the council member, as they educated and supported me in preparing for meetings, conferences, and advancing the mission of our publicly owned electric utility through advocacy. In our Community Development Department, Director Andrew Crabtree, Planning Director Rena Briot, and Development Review Officer Gloria Shara for spearheading all the specific plans and community task force on proposed development areas and the reform of some of our planning processes so they are more understandable and efficient for our residents. In our Housing and Community Services Division, Division Manager Jonathan Veach and his staff for working with me and our committee members to improve how our housing rehabilitation loan program serves our residents. Special kudos go to Jonathan for his time to help me understand more of the intricacies of affordable housing and in looking to the future to see how we can expand affordable housing opportunities for a broader range of Santa Clara residents. In Public Works, Director Craig Mobeck, Assistant Director Michael Liu, Transportation Planner Carol Shariot, and Associate Engineer Marshall Johnson for their enduring support during my tenure as Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee Chair, and for the other transportation projects they assisted me with. In the City Clerk's office, Assistant City Clerk Nora Pimentel and Deputy City Clerk Simrat Dodley for ensuring all our meetings run efficiently while providing the public access to information with opportunities to participate. I especially want to thank them for the work they put in to support my attendance at council meetings while away at city conferences in compliance with the Brown Act, pre-COVID regulations and Zoom, and for their help with campaign filings during the election. In the communications and IT teams, Grav, Lon, Derek, David, Maria, and everyone who gets the words and images out to the public to help them know more about what is happening in their city. And they do their best to make us all look very good. And from the city manager and the mayor and council offices, assistant to the city manager, Robin Saeed, executive assistant, Julie Minot, and staff analyst, Genevieve Yip, for all their magic in planning meetings, events, managing calendars, working with our public, who more often than we may like to admit is frustrated with us, and for doing research and crafting of so much of the information we consider at all our meetings. Thank you for your dedication to Santa Clara. Only one employee in Santa Clara reports to the city council in addition to the city manager, and that is our city attorney, Brian Doyle. Brian, as a Santa Clara resident, has a particular passion for our city. I appreciate that he fiercely protects our interests. Thank you and all your staff, especially Sue Reuters, for all the knowledge, advice, and guidance you have provided to me. I also want to acknowledge all the agencies where I've had the honor of representing Santa Clara. These include Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority, Northern California Power Agency, Northwest Public Power Association, Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, Capitol Quarters Joint Powers Authority, as well as a number of Santa Clara County Task Force. I met dedicated elected officials and expert staff at all of these organizations while we worked together to further the interests of Santa Clara and our region. On the city council, as in life, we almost never accomplish anything by ourselves. The authority of the council does not rest in any individual, regardless of whatever promises they make. The community entrusts authority to the body of the council, so we need a majority to agree. And most times, we have all the council agreeing. So I want to thank all the council members I have served with for working together to conduct the people's business. Some of the accomplishments I have sponsored include the formation of the governance committee, through which we are doing the sausage making of making sure our council governs in a more consistent, fair, and transparent manner. One of the most important policies to come out of the governance, now combined with ethics committee, has been the dark money ordinance, which helps the public know which groups are funding campaigns. I hope the committee continues to work on further campaign finance reform. I also want to highlight the establishment of developer-funded park fees, which has provided funding to improve and maintain existing parks and build new ones, and the drafting of an open space preservation charter change. I especially want to thank Parks and Recreation Director Jim Teixeira for helping me understand the funding model for parks when I was new to the council and how park fees could help us. One last thing I will mention is adding an affordable housing ordinance so that we can have developers help provide the community with more affordable housing. I hope that the council will accept the recommendation of the Governance and Ethics Committee to establish a housing commission so that we can bring even more focus on adding to our affordable housing supply. I especially want to thank council members Debbie Davis and Kathy Watanabe and Lisa Gilmore for helping me with these initiatives. As I have said, unless you can get a majority to support you, you can't make anything happen. They have all been invaluable comrades, colleagues, and partners in doing the people's business. I know I will miss their friendship and working together. On these occasions, I have been known to mix in a little poetry with my remarks, so I hope you will indulge me as I do so again tonight. Walt Whitman, as great an American poet as he was, got many important things very wrong. But he did get some things right and shared them with us in a beautiful way. I hear America singing, the varied carols I hear, those of mechanics, each one singing his as it should be blithe and strong. Whitman goes on to describe Americans from a variety of walks of life, singing their own special songs. He even eventually gets around to mentioning the women, each singing what belongs to him or her and to none else. The day, what belongs to the day. At night, the party of young fellows, robust, friendly, singing with open mouths their strong, melodious songs. I thought to quote I Hear America Singing because I hear Santa Clara singing. Whitman talks about all the different Americans singing their unique songs. In music, we don't all have to be singing exactly the same notes in the same key, at the same tempo, with traditional chords for the music to be beautiful. Actually, I find that music with some dissonance, syncopation, and minor keys to be the most interesting and creating the richest harmonies. In Santa Clara, we may be singing very different songs that some may see as discordant and not aiming towards the same conclusion. But our songs reflect our life experience, where we come from, and where we think we are going. I don't fear this. I welcome this and see great opportunities in building a different harmony. On these occasions, I also like to mention my parents, Tom and Sally O'Neill. They taught me many incredible lessons, including some that have helped me survive in life, especially in local politics. I can remember being a child and feeling free to express opinions to my dad that I was pretty sure he wasn't going to agree with. One time, he cocked his head and scrutinized my 10-year-old self. He didn't admonish me, but instead said, "I may not agree with what you said, but I like the way you said it. How else can you express that? What can you do to develop your thought?" He encouraged me to develop my critical thinking then, and many times when he would engage me in rather adult conversation, even when I was still quite young. He showed me that he respected what I had to say. My mother also encouraged my independent thought and expression. Around the neighborhood, she would hear accounts of some things I had said. I can remember her talking to me after the time I asked a priest during catechism class why the church was against birth control. She said, "I would never tell you not to ask questions that you need the answers to, but just let me know if you say something that you think I should probably know about." Later, when I was a young adult, she had a very frank conversation with me about what she described as my many fine qualities. But, she said, one area I needed to work on was my ability to accept constructive criticism. She told me I would learn a lot and become a better and stronger person if I could be open to really listening to suggestions on how I could improve. And I took that very, very seriously. Whether they knew it or not, part of what Whitman and my parents were teaching and demonstrating is the value of diversity, which we are still learning today. By opening the doors to include everyone, their experiences, cultures, and opinions, we come to better solutions. Let's not fear, but embrace all these qualities while still coming to an equitable conclusion. We can be civil, but let's not think that we have a stronger community by everyone thinking and acting the same. For in the end, we come together in community and government to achieve things that we cannot achieve on our own. Each of us comes forward with our needs and our dreams. Without our dreams, we start losing our humanity. Another great American poet, Langston Hughes, told us so eloquently, "Hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly." Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow. And as you all know that I can't leave my final council meeting without bringing in some of my Irish heritage, so I turn to William Butler Yeats. "Had I the heavens embroidered claws, enwrought with golden and silver light, the blue and the dim and the dark claws of night and light and the half-light, I would spread the claws under your feet. But I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams." And so I leave you tonight, community, council colleagues, and public servants, and ask you to be gentle with all our dreams. Hold them up so that they might take flight. Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. You've left us with some pretty amazing words and thoughts. And I think also some advice for our incoming council members based on your years of experience in representing the community for the last 8 years, both of you. And I wanted to just say a few things about you, and you each took some of my information to put in your speech, so that saves some time on my speech. But I had the pleasure of serving with both of you for the last 8 years and since 2012. And I'll talk about you, Councilmember O'Neill, first. And I just wrote a few things down that remind me of you. Intelligent, brave, compassionate, honest, hardworking, and dedicated. And I think many will agree in the city that you have left a lasting legacy for your good work here in the city of Santa Clara. We could have not done any of the reforms that we needed to do without you and your help and your guidance and your strategic leadership for us. You are an unbelievable hard worker in the city. In fact, all the boards and commissions that you're on, it's going to take 4 council members to fill in everything that you have done, and all the jobs and responsibilities that you took without ever complaining on behalf of the city of Santa Clara, the long hours you put in. I don't think many people understand that you were on the Valley Transportation Authority and chaired the Valley Transportation Authority. You are our representative for all of the Silicon Valley Power committees, statewide and nationwide. Representative Khanna mentioned that as well. Everywhere you've gone, I have heard nothing but absolute respect for your knowledge, the way you deal with people, your grasp and understanding of every situation. So your rational and your measured decision-making. And I think Councilmember Davis said, you're so easy to talk to. Everyone knows that, but sometimes when you get into conversation with Councilmember O'Neill, you're there for a couple hours, so you got to be prepared for that. But what I just want to say about you, you even said, you told me yesterday, there's some ideas you have about putting some of the churches and the organizations like the Salvation Army together to try to help people. You're always thinking about the community. You're always thinking about others and helping others, because that's part of the fiber of your life that your parents taught you. And it's part of who you are, and that won't stop whether you're on the council or not. So I look forward to your friendship and working with you in the future. Councilmember Davis, wow, hardworking, dedicated. I tried to think of a good word to say streetwise, but I thought great situational understanding of public service. Friendly. I don't think most people will think you're friendly, brave, and you're so funny, Councilmember Davis. I think many of us in the last 10 months have realized that you still haven't figured this Zoom thing out, because you're always saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" And no matter how many times you say it, everybody starts laughing here at City Hall, because you are just a very big personality. And you were also so instrumental in the major reforms that took place in the city over the last several years. We couldn't have done any of that without you. You say you're all about water. Yes, I'm all about water. Debbie represented us on all the water commissions, and I think your biggest, as far as I'm concerned, success is the marketing committee rebranding the city and getting us to work with our strategic partners in the community, working together. And you were also you're a wonderful ambassador at our cities association, working with other cities, and also our sister city program, which you really got me deeply involved in. Our relationship with our sister cities wasn't so great, and you individually and single-handedly helped turn that around for the city of Santa Clara. So I know many of us know, Councilmember Davis, you speak your mind in your New York kind of way, sort of way. But I think that it took some getting used to for me in the beginning. But I think at the end of the day, many people appreciate it. And both you and your husband, Bill, who was a police officer for the city of Santa Clara for so many years, you've lived your life in community service. and so has Councilmember O'Neill. Both of you have lived your life in community service. And this is hard for me. I want to say the proudest moment that I had with the two of you, the proudest moment is when we were all city council members. I wasn't the mayor yet. And we were sitting up at the dais one night at a council meeting, and our fellow council members were ready to go into the back room and give away our youth soccer park. They were ready to go. And both Councilmember O'Neill and Councilmember Davis said, no, we're sitting here. We're not moving. We are not going to go in the back room and give away the soccer park. And I think that was, so memorable for me, and the proudest moment that I have ever served with the two of you. And you have served Santa Clara so well, and I'm so proud of you. Congratulations on your retirement. And Councilmember Davis, we're all coming to visit you in New York. And Councilmember O'Neill, I look forward to working with you on other community programs. So thank you. If we could all give them a round of applause. Is anyone else before we go into the next item?
Well, thank you, Mayor, but you'll be coming to New Hampshire, not New York.
Oh, I want to go to New York, but that's okay. Councilmember Chahal, you have something to say?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to convey my thanks and good wishes to both Councilmember Debbie Davis and Councilmember Teresa O'Neill. Let me start with Councilmember Debbie Davis. I think I met Councilmember Debbie Davis when I was on International Exchange Commissioner, and she came on behalf of Sister City as a liaison. And later on, we did serve together at Sister Cities, Mission City Community Fund, and for the last 2 years at the City Council. And I wish you the best, and have a safe, healthy, and happy retired life. And I know you are not in the city, so you are in the East Coast. New Hampshire is a great place. I've been there a couple of times, so enjoy your stay over there. Thank you for your service. Okay. I would also like to thank Councilmember Teresa O'Neill for her service. And I know her involvement in the city has been there for quite a long time, like all the time from school district, then city council. And I had a pleasure of serving along with Councilmember Teresa O'Neill on the Architecture Review Committee. And it has been a pleasure serving alongside you and on the council. And you are in the city, and I would call you for some guidance and opinion or feedback. So rest assured, I will call you back. And we on the council, like, we don't agree 100%. And I know if you go back to our voting records, probably we agreed more than 90%. But there are some contentious issues we don't agree. But that's how the life is, that's how the democracy works. We may not agree on everything we do, but I personally have all the due respect for disagreements people have with me. So with that, I would tell both of you, have a great retirement life, or whatever you do. Stay safe, stay healthy, and enjoy your rest of the life, basically. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes, I too just wanted to echo what Councilmember Chahal and the mayor have said, and thank you both for all your service. I will always laugh because Debbie was the one that talked me into running when we went to district, and she's probably, on the nights when we agreed, she probably was glad, and on the nights when we didn't agree, she probably was frustrated with me. So, but we've still stayed friends, and I like that. And I will tell you, enjoy the East Coast. Their ocean's on the wrong side. You can tell them that. And we will continue to do our best here. And I'm hoping that Teresa, when we need expert advice and past history, that she's willing to avail herself of that. And we appreciate all the time we've had to work together. Thank you both of you so much.
Thanks, Karen. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I know when I asked you to run for council, I knew it was a dream of yours. So you are the 12th elected woman. So make me proud.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy, and thank you, Councilmember O'Neill and Davis. All right, we're going to move on now to our ceremonial oaths administered to incoming elected officials. So at this time, I'd like to ask all council members and city staff, except the officiant and the elected official who is taking their oath, to stop their video stream. So the first, so that we can just see the two on the screen of the elected official and whoever's swearing them in. So the first that I'm going to call is the city clerk-elect, Hassam Hagag.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. I'll be starting off with myself, and then I will be basically officiating and calling on all of the other elected officials or the council elects and the electeds to also be sworn in. And well, swearing me in tonight was supposed to be my wife and kids, but we'll give her a second to come back. So we'll start with myself and my wife, Fatima Rahman, and my beautiful daughters are going to swear me in. All right. All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
I guess if I'm ready. All right, go ahead, Mariam.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I, Hassam Hagag, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of
the state
State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to the Constitution of the United States, that I will bear truth, faith, and alliance.
Say it again, Asya.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully
And that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties about which I'm about to enter. So that was my swearing in. We have Assistant City Clerk Nora Pimentel, who is on the call as a witness. I will now call upon Pat Nicolai for his swearing in, and I will conduct the swearing in for Chief Nicolai, or Chief-elect Nicolai. So do we have Pat on the video? It looks like we do. Pat, is
Yeah,
your
good evening,
audio working?
Azam.
I can hear you. We're good.
Great.
Hopefully yours will go a little smoother than mine, but all right. Pat, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Pat Nicolai, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Chief Nikolai.
Thank
So
you.
I'm gonna shut off my video, and Pat, I think your daughter is going to pin your badge on you. So I'm gonna
Yes.
go ahead and go for it.
Yes, Pat, Nikolai, go ahead and say something so your video can show.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, did you miss it?
No, you're fine.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Assam. This is my daughter, Allie, and my wife, Tigra, here in the office with me. Thank you.
Congratulations again. Congratulations. All right, we're going to move on now to Council District 1. Council Member-elect Kathy Watanabe will be sworn in by Congressman Ro Khanna.
Terrific. Well, I really am looking forward to this. I must say, just as a very brief digression, the fact that Santa Clara City Council members quote Whitman and Yeats and recite poetry is such a change from Congress. I wish it was much better to be participating in your meetings. It is my real honor now to administer the oath to Kathy Watanabe. Kathy, as many of you know, is one of my closest friends and someone we text all the time and are in touch all the time. But she has worked so hard, so selflessly for the community. I mean, I knew her before she was elected to anything, working on establishing the Northside Library, years working with the Sister Cities organization. She served on the city's council as the first Northside representative ever. She has worked with us and Mayor Gilmore to mitigate the airplane noise issue. She's been such an advocate to make sure that the city's interests are always first, not just the soccer parks issue that Mayor Gilmore referred to, but any time that Santa Clara would be shortchanged, she has stood up. So I so admire her family, and it really is my honor now to administer the oath of office to her. Kathy, please, Councilmember Watanabe, please repeat after me. I, Kathy Watanabe,
I, Kathy Watanabe,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly
or
swear
affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Kathy. Proud of you.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations, Kathy. Councilmember Watanabe. I'm going to call now for the swearing in of Councilmember-elect Kevin Park, or Councilmember now, I guess, Kevin Park from District 4. And the oath will be conducted by Ms. Stephanie Chan, who is the music director for the Voices of the Valley Choir. And can we get both of their videos on right now? I see Kevin.
Stephanie, can you please turn on your video?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Kevin, are you
If
ready?
you turn sideways, yes, I'm here.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I, Kevin Park, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Kevin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Chan.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Kevin Park from District 4, our new council member in District 4. We're now going to swear in our new council member for District 5, Suds Jane, if we can get his video on the screen. And I will swear in our council member from District 5, Suds Jane. I see your video, Suds, and now we can get it joined up on the screen here. Perfect. Awesome. All right. You already got your right hand raised, so I don't have to tell you to raise your right hand, but repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm
I, Suds Jane, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Suds, our new council member for District 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Osam.
You bet. All right, and last but not least, our new District 6 council member, Anthony Becker. Let's get your video on, and Anthony is going to be sworn in by former council member, former Santa Clara City Council member, John McLemore. So, oh, we got them in the same room, so we don't need a split video. So we'll get their video on the feed here, and I will mute mine.
All right.
Is it on yet?
John, go ahead and start.
Yes, I'm former Santa Clara City Councilman member John McLemore, and as a resident of District 6, I'm proud to swear Anthony, in as District 6 first directly elected council member. So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, your name, do solemnly swear
I, Anthony Becker, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance,
that I will bear full
true faith
true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
May I be the first to congratulate you, Anthony, as the City Council Member, Anthony Becker.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Anthony, and congratulations, District 6, for your new council member, Anthony Becker. Mayor Gilmore, I'm going to pass it on to you now that my job of swearing in or witnessing the oath of office for all of our newly electeds is over. So, Lisa, the floor is yours again.
Thank you so much, Hassam, and I want to congratulate all the new incoming city council members and the incoming elected police chief, and you as well, Hassam, our city clerk. So congratulations to everyone. So I'd like everyone to have an opportunity to say some words, and we're going to start with the city clerk, Hassam Hagag. Would you like to say a few words, Hassam? P.S. Love the kids. The girls are growing. They look wonderful. So congratulations. We'll let you start, Hassam.
Man, I was being reconnected to the video, so I lost your PS, so I don't know what you're warning me
P.S.
about.
Love the girls. They're growing up, and it's great to see them. So I love that they swore you in. I thought it was wonderful.
Thank you. I definitely, for them, they've been growing through the entire process of me being engaged and active, first as a resident, and then, of course, a couple years ago when I first ran for city clerk. So they're living it, and hopefully I can instill in them a sense of community service and, giving back to their community and civic commitment as well. So apologies, but you know what? No real apologies, because it's part of the learning process for them. Well, may I begin some remarks, Mayor Gilmore? I take that as she didn't say no. So
yes, they keep muting me, but yes,
okay.
Go ahead.
Awesome. I'm going to try to keep this brief, but for folks that know me, that may be hard. 2 years ago, when I was first elected as the city clerk, people asked me, what does a city clerk do? And at the time, the role of the city clerk had just changed from being a full-time role to a part-time role. So I was really moving through uncharted territory. It was clear that I was the keeper of the city seal and that I was the city's elections officer. But what exactly did that mean? When I first campaigned 2 years ago, I said that my goal as clerk was to make sure that Santa Clarans were the most educated citizenry in the nation. And that I do that with keeping up with my track record of driving transparency and open government around City Hall. And I started that back in 2016, just as a resident, when I was appointed to the Charter Review Committee, when I asked if city staff could record our committee meetings for us to watch later. And they said at the time it couldn't be done. Not taking no for an answer, I recorded it myself. And soon even the city staff who told me it couldn't be done were asking me for the recording so that they could review their notes. So I posted the recordings online, and what started as audio recordings turned into video live streams and snowballed into hundreds of Facebook followers on my personal page and thousands of views of city meetings that were never recorded before. And the city could no longer say it couldn't be done or that it was too expensive, because here I was doing it with nothing more than my phone and a $20 tripod. So the city followed suit. And since, thousands of residents have been able to engage with the city in ways they never did before. we could have never predicted what happened with COVID, and the city was ready, in part because of the live streaming that I had started within the city, for being able to hold our meetings remotely and engage residents from the comfort and the convenience of their homes. In 2016, at the time, I followed it up with my on the hot seat candidate interviews during the 2016 campaign. And interestingly enough, all of the candidates who were elected in 2020, the ones that we just swore in, were all on the hot seat back in the 2016 campaign when I interviewed them. And that at the time was the first, opportunity, the first time that we could really open a window to our candidates that had never been opened before. Because of my efforts at the time, transparency became a buzzword around City Hall. And soon the council passed a calendar and lobbyist ordinance, and later a dark money ordinance. Fast forward that to 2020, in this last election cycle. A lot has been said about me in my official capacity as the city clerk, publishing of campaign finance information this election cycle, that I was publishing it in an attempt to influence the election by publishing what was already public information. People even questioned why I hadn't done this in the past when I wasn't even elected a city clerk. The reason couldn't be more clear. To drive transparency and to deliver on my promise 2 years ago when I was campaigning to be your city clerk, to ensure that Santa Clarans were the most educated citizenry in the world. This is my job, and I commit as your city clerk for the next 4 years to continue pushing for transparency and ensuring that we have clean and transparent elections in Santa Clara. I want to read a few excerpts from an op-ed that I wrote and published the eve of the election. This was, again, the eve of the election. This was before anybody knew the election results, anybody had any idea how the election would turn, both the local and the presidential, the national and the statewide elections. And I wrote this, after a very long and tiring election campaign cycle. I was naive at the start of the cycle to believe that because of COVID and because people were at home and there would be less door knocking and less in-person, there wouldn't be any in-person campaign activities, that it would be a quiet election season. And boy, was I wrong. But I wrote this on the eve of the election to kind of put my thoughts down into paper and to share this op-ed with all of Santa Clara. So I'll read a few excerpts from that op-ed. My dear Santa Clara, I write this on the eve of the most consequential vote in recent history. Little did I know when I ran 2 years ago for city clerk, would I have been the chief elections officer of one of the most divisive, money-infused, propaganda-driven elections ever at both the national and local level. Those who know me as an activist before running for office know how opinionated I can be. But as the chief elections officer, I've tried my best to rewire my psyche to remain neutral, impartial, and equitable in my actions and interactions with candidates, their campaigns, and the public. In my pursuit of trying to remain neutral, I've drastically reduced my posts on social media and rarely spoken publicly, except in the context of my official capacity. I was even insulted as being quote unquote largely absent during this election, which in fact I took as a compliment, as it meant that I was not the limelight, although some of my actions around enforcement of transparency and election law certainly have been. After serving as your city clerk for nearly 2 years and living through this very tough election cycle, I've gained new perspectives and reinforced other beliefs that I've held. I wrote these quick thoughts down to share with my dear community in the hopes that we can all march forward, regardless of the election's outcome. Service above self. Public service is firstly, lastly, and only one thing: serving others. If you are in this for anything else, be it fame, publicity, a stepping stone to higher office or career, financial gain, whether openly or discreetly, or power, you are in it for all the wrong reasons. There's an Arabic proverb that says, the leader of the people is their servant. There's another Arabic proverb that says, the servant of the people is their leader. Despite the subtle difference in the wording, there is weight in both of their meanings, and both are equally true. Politics is real. I despise the phrase, politics is a full contact sport, just as much as I despise the phrase political theater. Politics impacts real people's lives in significant ways. It could be the difference between food on somebody's table or sleeping hungry, a roof over one's head or being out on the street, living in security or going to jail unjustly, or losing a loved one when it could have been avoided. It is not a sport, not a game, and not some theater for amusement or entertainment. Those who play politics as a sport think about how to strategize, scheme, and outplay their opponents with one goal in mind, winning at all costs. Those who play politics as theater amplify the drama, gossip, and plot twists and draw amusement at the success of some and the demise of others. Politics is neither sport nor theater. It is about doing what you believe to be right to help everyone achieve equity, justice, and opportunities for a better life. To those that lose, both the candidates and their supporters, don't be a sore loser. Losing sucks, no doubt. If it's any consolation, no matter how many candidates run, there can only be one winner. The fact that you or your candidate didn't get enough votes mathematically means the odds were always against you. But no matter the pain, you should not stop engaging. The sign of a true public servant is that they serve, whether or not they are in a position of authority. Look back at all the people that ran, lost, and disappeared. Don't be that person. Keep showing up, keep speaking your truth, keep advocating your ideas, keep organizing around your ideals, and don't stop to ask for permission. To all those that win, specifically the candidates, don't be a sore winner. No matter how much you won by, be it a single vote or a blowout, what you have earned is not a divine right. It is a responsibility and a trust. With great power comes great responsibility. Use it with maturity and wisdom. Listen to others as you would have liked to be listened to had you lost. Listening doesn't always mean agreeing, but never look down on somebody simply because they hold a different viewpoint than you. To both the winners and losers, the candidates and their supporters, don't be too arrogant to admit a mistake. Humble yourself. We are all human. We all make mistakes. A jerk never acknowledges their mistake. A fool will see their mistake but never admit it publicly. A truth seeker will acknowledge their mistake, admit it publicly, do whatever is in their power to right their wrong, and vow to not make the same mistake again willingly. It's easy to say, I told you so, but it takes honor and courage to admit you are wrong and work hard to fix it. If you find a truth seeker trying to right their wrong, it's counterproductive to say, I told you so, or point out that they made a mistake in the first place. Instead, make room for them to fix their mistake, or better yet, roll up your sleeves to help them make things better. Throwing stones is destructive, glass houses and all. Finally, or not finally, but don't stoke the flames. The world around us is on fire, both figuratively and literally. The election by now is over, and of course at the time that's when I wrote it, but now everything is certified. Don't agitate the other side. Don't jest, jeer, or beat the drums of war. We've been inundated with campaigning for years at the national stage. And at the local level, our mailboxes have been filled, our airwaves congested, our social media feeds have been nasty. Families have been torn apart and longtime friendships have been broken. We're just sick and tired of it all. Let us all take a collective breather and uncloud our thoughts and brains from this mess. Finally, we are one community. In the heat of the moment and in the pursuit of winning, some may have sacrificed their morals and ethics. Some may have even believed the ends justify the means. People you may have admired in the past might have lost your respect. Others may have behaved in ways that positively impacted you and challenged your misconceptions. Undoubtedly, wounds have been made and not all of them will heal. We won't always get along. We may not even always respect each other. But one fact remains true. We are all neighbors and we all have to live together side by side. We have to find a way to make it work. Thank you again for indulging me. I hope the words resonate, at least some of them, with those who listen, and I'm going to pass it back to you, Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you, City Clerk, for those words. I think they were very wise in so many ways, and we all appreciate what you have said. And again, congratulations. So next, I'm going to ask for some comments from our newly elected police chief, Pat Nicolai. Chief Nicolai?
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. So I'll be very, very brief, and thank you for all the city staff for setting up this for everyone. First, I'd like to congratulate all of the new and returning council members on their elections. I'm really looking forward to working with all of you over the next 4 years. I would like to thank Mayor Gilmore for all of her support through the years. I have been impressed with her steady leadership, which has only been amplified by her strong response to the multiple crises brought on by the pandemic. I would especially like to thank the men and women of the Santa Clara Police Department. While many other people are able to work from home and shelter in place, our employees are on the front lines day in and day out. Their selfless dedication to the safety of all Santa Clarans is unparalleled. They are putting their own health and safety on the line to serve and protect, and we can't thank them enough. I'd like to thank my family for always being there to support me, especially my wife, Tidra. As I said in March, Tidra is at my side, always supportive, and I rely on her strength on a daily basis. Finally, I would like to thank all of the residents of Santa Clara. I am honored that you selected me to be your chief of police, and I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety and security. Public safety will always be my top priority, and as your elected chief, I expect you to hold me accountable to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Nikolai. Thank you, Chief Nikolai, and thank you to the men and women of the Santa Clara Police Department. We appreciate all of your service to the community. And as times get tougher and things get more challenging, I know you've always risen to the occasion, and we're very lucky to have you at the helm of the police department. So congratulations again. So now we're going to move into our council members, and we're going to start with council member from District 6, Council Member Anthony Becker. Anthony?
Sorry about that.
There you go.
Okay, can y'all see me? There we go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. So good evening to my fellow Santa Clarans and the general public. I want to thank everyone that is tuning in tonight. Normally this would be in the council chambers, but with the COVID surges, we are taking the safe measures by doing this virtually. It is the first in Santa Clara's history that we are being sworn in by this means. It has become a normal thing this year in 2020 to be on Zoom. The major negative that I see out of this is I'm not getting that cake that Mayor Gilmore just talked about. So I'm a little jealous by that. So we might get to that later on. Maybe in the future, we might have some cake. 2020 has been one roller coaster of a year. This year has been tested many of us, from the pandemic to social justice, to people not being able to pay their rent. It seemed like that every month it was a new episode in a TV series with tons of plot twists. It was stranger than fiction. 2020 played out to be one of those end of the world type of films where we kept wondering how the season finale will be and what we look forward to next season in 2021. I hope good things. 2020, yeah, was a terrible year. It's not quite the worst year like 536 was, but it would be something that Winston Churchill would call an annus horribilis. And I would agree that same thing. This year has been challenging, but this only makes for stronger leadership. And as the first millennial to be elected here in the city of Santa Clara to the council, I feel it's time. Myself and my generation grew up in challenging times. This election has been a fairy tale. I was born towards the end of the Cold War, witnessed the Loma Prieta quake, saw the Berlin Wall fall. I read Goosebumps and Harry Potter. I grew up on Disney movies, The Simpsons, Family Guy, and South Park, and those Saturday morning cartoons. I rode my bike, bowled at moonlight, pool at billiards, making memories at Bullwinkle's. I drank from the hose, learned stick shift, went from landlines to cell phones, and had tons of cassette tapes and CDs, and never enough VHS and DVDs. I was basically raised on computers. I was a teenager when Columbine happened. I survived Y2K. And I was in high school when 9/11 happened, terror alerts, and Iraq war. My first time to vote was for the governor. I went to Pride, and I witnessed major LGBTQ rights, including the right to marry and able to be me. I saw the fury of Mother Nature, of natural disasters like Katrina, tsunamis, the climate crisis, and the great fires of the state, as well as COVID this year. My generation witnessed it all as we have matured. I am a product of the system. I am from a generation that danced the Macarena, knew how to twerk, knew how to tweet, and we were always laughing out loud. I was a student at Pomeroy Elementary, Los Banos Elementary, Los Banos Junior High and high school. I went to Mission College, probably the first to be elected here to do so. I went to San Jose State, De Anza, and I worked my way through college. This is a moment for all young people, millennials and Gen Z, as we are at the most challenging time. We face uncertain futures. We are the bridge to generations. Most of us don't own property, and most of us are falling short of the dreams and accomplishments built by our grandparents and our parents. I can relate. From a busboy to a bud tender, from valet to content moderator, from production crew to film editor, from material handler to technical writer, and lastly, from candidate to council member, I am the working class hero that John Lennon speaks of, and I won't be like those folks on the Hill. I'm not a politician. I'm a public servant elected by you, the people, and the residents of District 6. I am now a participant, no longer a spectator. I earned this by the blood, sweat, and tears. I walked this district. I won this by the will of my legs, the power of my heart, and the strength of my voice. It took courage, perseverance, grace, and sacrifice. There were nights I ate top ramen or SpaghettiOs, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you out there can relate. I didn't come from wealth. I didn't come from a family line of former leaders. I come from a regular Santa Clara family that never had the silver spoon, never elected, and always kept our heads down. We earned our way and worked hard. Some will say the Niners bought this election. The Niners didn't buy me because the world is not enough. I'm not for sale. I'm not Pinocchio. There are no strings on me. This journey started in Amy Gillette's film editing class in 2016. The day after the Super Bowl, actually, when Mayor Jamie Matthews resigned. Lisa Gilmore was then appointed mayor, and those events following had me trying to go for the open seat. I didn't get it. That same night, though, Suds, Jane, Raj Shahal, Kevin Park, John McLemore, who's here right with me right now, none of us got it. It was Kathy Watanabe. But it was Kevin Park who told me that night that there is a future for me on council. I never believed him. Today, looking back, basically Kevin Park, he foretold my future and his own. I ran that year in 2016 against Kathy, then for mayor in 2018. In the last 4 years, I got to meet a lot of you, break bread, and enjoying the pleasure of your company. Many of you would tell me the great stories of the past, giving me the guidance and the map to our future. This journey spans from Councilmember Jim Mash, who substituted my class at Pomeroy. He told us what it was like to be on council, and that really piqued my interest. Patty Mahan and Mayor Gilmore were young, progressive women at the time that I felt represented me as a future child, me as a kid. The first council members I actually met was Jamie McLeod and Joe Cordner. I shook hands with both of them. Jamie McLeod was the first out LGBTQ council member in Santa Clara's history. Herself, Ken Yeager, and Harvey Melk were role models that gave me the courage to be me and have guts over fear. I will embark on this journey and work hard to accomplish all my campaign promises. I will fight to reduce our deficits, find new sources for our revenue, build our downtown, and deliver the affordable housing while enhancing our quality of life. Tonight, I'm taking over a seat that has been held by many names like Eddie Souza, Carrie Pronunciar, Aldith Parle, Will Kennedy, and most recently, Debbie Davis. I'm the first elected council member for District 6, and I have big shoes to fill and a lot of work ahead of me. But I want to say some thank yous because there's, a lot to be thanked. First, to my opponents, Robert Mazzetti and Gaetan Barvet. You both ran clean and ethical campaigns, were respectable, and it was fun to participate in the democratic process with you. You are both stand-up guys, and I enjoyed our conversations following the election. My door is always open. I want to thank my teachers. You got me here and you never stopped teaching me to this day. my elementary teachers at Pomeroy, to Los Banos Elementary, from Mrs. Ross to Mrs. Rumblefanker, to Mrs. Hatton, to Mrs. McCormick, and specifically Mrs. Pereira, who piqued my interest in the American Revolution and the Constitution, is why I'm here today. In fact, my history teachers from high school and college would be proud, specifically Mr. Swanson from Mission College, who told me after the movie Milk was released in 2008, he believed I would make a good council member, that maybe there was a chance. He never made history or politics boring, and I agree. A special thanks go to my choir teacher, Mr. Faria, who taught me about harmony and working in unison. Funny thing was, he was also elected mayor of Los Banos the same day as me, which is something 20 years ago we would never think or have thought would have happened. To my coworkers, I see all of you struggling to make it. I see a lot of you driving over 100 miles one way to work. You can't afford the housing and the struggle to maintain things for your family. You're the reason why I keep fighting for better affordable housing. You are overworked, underappreciated, and underpaid. You are essential heroes and champions. You put lives on the line to do the work that many could not do. I fight with you, and I will deliver that housing. To all my coworkers throughout my life whom I worked besides, whether it be punching numbers in a computer to scrubbing dishes or tables, you are the backbone of this community and this country. Thank you to my former crew at Create TV, Mickey, Jason, Gopher, Justin, and the guys on Hooked on the Niners show, Mitch, Terrell, Dan, Jerry, and also Terry Christensen from Valley Politics. Thank you to the huddled masses, the tired, the poor, the immigrants who came to this country for a better life, leaving places of uncertainty with futures of tyranny. They took a chance on this nation, often coming with nothing. My ancestors did, your ancestors did. They took a place on a chance and start a history that led to you and I. Thank you to my supporters, the canvassers, and those who donated, endorsed me, and spread the word. You have no idea what it means to me, and I will never forget it. You are what helped me get here. I thank you, Marcus Bracamonte of the original Dream Team back in 2016. I thank Harbir Bhatia, Suds Jane, and Kevin Park of Dream Team 2.0. This was not possible without any of you. Thank you to my mother, who gave birth to me, brought me into this world, and who raised me, who was there and always seeing what I have tried to accomplish. My mother is what mothers are made of. And I thank you for being here tonight, Mom, to be here for this memory. I'll never forget. This is for you, my brothers, my sisters, and my entire family. We've made history and we've come a long way. Lastly, I want to thank my father. 6 years ago, I lost you and my life changed forever. My life took a different direction. The loss of you crippled me, but it only made me come back stronger. I just wish we had more time together. It kind of reminds me of that song by Cats in the Cradle. I never thought this would ever happen. The last 6 years have been the ride of my life. I've dared to dream, and this journey doesn't end here. This is bittersweet because my final moments with my father, he told me, go forth, son, live your life. Don't have regrets or you'll be 66 years old and thinking what could have been. My father commuted for 20 years from Los Banos to Santa Clara, just for me, my mother too. They sacrificed a lot to do something that they never could. While my grandfather had the saying, always have a plan, my father instilled the saying, follow through. And that's what I'll do as a council member. To my council colleagues, it is a privilege to be here, not a right. To be an elected leader is a public servant, a protector of the people, and a representative of the people. Business is business, and it can't be taken personally. We have so much on the line. We need to save our small businesses, which are the backbone of our community and critical for our future. We need to build our downtown, reduce our deficits, build bridges and not burn them. If you want to change the tone, lead it. If you want to change the city, lead it. This is where the work begins. The buck stops here. And here, the people are my compass. I didn't run to join a faction or be loyal to anyone. One must be brave to take the wheel and help guide this ship to safety. The American dream is not dead. We can escape this nightmare. Mayor Gilmore, Vice Mayor Hardy, Council Members Park, Jane, Chahal, and Watanabe, I pledge tonight to work together, to not fight with one another, but to fight for a brighter future for all. The integrity of today is the posterity of tomorrow. Our children of today are the leaders of tomorrow. To that little boy or little girl, to that person of whatever color, whatever faith, whatever culture, my dreams are your dreams. I look to my nephews, Robert, Adam, and my niece, Lorelei, my cousins, Joey, Ayala, Emma, Lena, Kayla, and tell them, don't ever fear to achieve your dreams, your goals, or your niche. Never be afraid to reach for the stars. Never be afraid to hear people tell you that you're stupid. Dreams come true, so seize the day. I am that proof. I'm elected and preparing a better future for you. The journey starts now for all of us, and including yourselves. It may take time to achieve your goals. You may fall, and that's okay. You just have to get up and dust yourself off and keep fighting. Look at all of us now, the majority of this council. We were all losers. At one point on election night, we were knowing the sting of defeat and licked our wounds. But now look. To quote the rapper Drake, I started from the bottom and now we are here. To end, I want to end with a quote from a prayer by St. Francis of Assisi that I think may help us as a council and as a people. Where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there's error, may we bring truth. Where there is doubt, may we bring faith. And when there is despair, may we bring hope. God bless the people of Santa Clara. God bless my council. And God bless this country of the United States. Thank you again, and have a good night.
Thank you, Councilman Becker, for those inspiring words, and congratulations on your election. Next, we're going to go to Council District number 5, and that would be Councilman Suds Jane. Councilmember Jane, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. First off, I would like to thank the residents of District 5 who expressed their confidence in me on their ballots. My sincerest hope is that I will exceed your expectations. I do believe that dividing the city into 6 districts strongly contributed to my success. I was able to send out more flyers to residents than I did in 2016, and my team and I were able to knock on over 80% of the doors. My volunteers were amazing, braving 95-degree weather to walk precincts. I also want to thank all the current and previous Santa Clara council members who endorsed me and gave me advice. I'm not going to list names because I'm sure I will forget someone. People that I will name and owe a lot of thanks to are my parents, Subodh and Saroj Jain, and my wife, Lori, and my son, Anand. I want to thank city staff for all the work they have been doing to prepare me for this transition. They have responded to my questions late into the evening and on weekends. They are truly dedicated to making Santa Clara a better place to live and work. I would like to thank Council members Debbie Davis and Teresa O'Neill for their service to the city of Santa Clara. I wish you the best of luck going forward. Finally, I would like to advise everyone to take this COVID pandemic very seriously for the next few weeks as we go into the holiday season. The FDA just approved the vaccine, so very soon people will be getting vaccinated in the US. I know everyone has cabin fever and it's hard, but just hang tight for a while. Please be diligent about wearing your masks properly and staying home. Thank you. Mayor Gilmore?
Thank you very much, Councilmember Jane. And I agree with you about wearing your mask and make sure it's over your nose and your mouth too. So thank you, and I look forward to serving with you. Now we're going to go to Councilmember Kevin Park from District 4. Councilmember Park, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I don't always prepare my statements. I don't know what to say, but I would like to thank all who have voted, walked, helped, attended, or even just watched or listened during the election. And I'd like to congratulate and thank all of our city servants, both past and present. Teresa O'Neill, who actually got me interested in city politics in the first place. People have often complained about my commitment to my campaigns, but I'd like to share a little bit more about my life because a lot of people don't know a lot about me. But in 2014, I was in a long distance relationship with a person who in 2015 became my wife. And in 2016, my wife was pregnant with our daughter, who was born just weeks after the election closed on Thanksgiving Day. So if my previous campaigns weren't all that focused, I hope people can understand why, because they are the most important people in my house. And listening to some of the other comments that people have made, I think people need to remember people in the room are the residents and not the city council members or even city staff that most people assume. If anyone has anything to lose or gain, it's the people of the city. And if anyone leads, it's them. And we, the civil servants, the implementers of what they want. So let's hear more than just words. Let us see the poetry of actions, and hopefully our deeds will rhyme more often than they don't. Let's not admonish others about our personal fears, but look forward to the disagreements and resolutions that will make the city a better place. Some of us are like the disliked boyfriends and girlfriends of our siblings who eventually become our in-laws. And we may not become the best of friends, but we should try to keep the peace for the sake of the family, be truly civil servants. And these in-laws don't include just the other city council members, but the city officials, staff, organizations, and city partners like sister cities and organizations, and our other sister cities, Chamber of Commerce, and even the 49ers. Infighting is not the answer, but maybe we can get to know each other just a little bit better and form at least polite relationships for the sake of the city we do love. During the time of COVID, please stay safe out there. Remember to drink lots of water. Again, thank you very much. Appreciate this. It's been a very big honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Park, and I look forward to working with you. Congratulations. Next, we have our District 1 representative, Councilmember Kathy Watanabe. Floor is yours, Kathy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say happy anniversary to my father, Kevin Carolyn, who arrived at Ellis Island from Ireland 64 years ago today at the age of 20. He and his brother Peter arrived by ship into New York Harbor and were processed through Ellis Island and went on to become American citizens. I also want to thank Congressman Ro Khanna. I know he's not on the line anymore, but thank you so much for taking your time to be with us tonight and express your words of support. And thank you for all that you've done for us over the last 9 months. Your town halls have been just wonderful in terms of keeping us informed of what's happening in Washington, but also what we can do as residents and leaders in supporting our communities through this pandemic. So keep up the good work, and congratulations on your reelection as well. I hope to see you in Washington during this next term. This was a very interesting election season, and I am grateful to the team I had behind me for providing their knowledge and insight. First, I would like to thank Madan, my Citizens Police Academy classmate, who created and updated my website and was my tech and Zoom guru. Thank you for your guidance. Secondly, I would like to thank Tyler Louie, a Santa Clara High School student who reached out to help me with my graphics. And he did such a wonderful job creating ads that I shared all over and were definitely noticed, which was evidenced by the hits on my postings. So thank you so much, Madan and Tyler. Thank you to my husband, Carl, and my daughter, Kaylee, who had my back. I have to say that this election definitely gave my daughter insight into the democratic process and the pros and cons of campaigning. As a result, I know she is a stronger and wiser person for her 19 years. Thank you to my friends and neighbors who were always ready and willing to assist my campaign. It always meant a lot when one would say, "What can I do to help?" And they always did. A special thank you to Debbie Algieri for being a sounding board and a voice of reason. These last 4 years have included a lot of learning about city budgets, policy and procedures, housing, transportation, water, airplane noise, placemaking, worker cooperatives, and so much more. I got to know my constituents and made myself available night, noon, and morning, and on occasion holidays, as I was the first council person elected to represent North Santa Clara, and there was catching up to do. I have loved every minute of it, but there is much more to be done. When it came time for me to run for office again in 2020, our city election system had changed from an at-large to 6 districts per a judge's decision in 2018. District elections meant smaller districts and less expensive to run a campaign versus running an at-large campaign. This system would level the playing field and give better opportunity to elect council members that represented the diversity of Santa Clara. Then Jed York created a PAC, or Political Action Committee, and deposited $3 million to support his 4 chosen candidates. So what happened to leveling the playing field? What happened to less expensive elections? If there was a perfect election to demonstrate why Citizens United should be overturned, this election was it. The election became a joke, a farce, a mockery of the democratic process, and frankly, the judge's decision. Billionaire Jed York used his money and influence to buy an election and hurt good people with vile commercials, text messages, and constant lies, bombarding voters 24/7 for 2 months. And in the end, his strategy worked. He won 3 out of the 4 seats up for election. But I have to ask you, who really wins when you spend $3 million to help your chosen candidates win an election in a small city of 130,000 people? I want to tell you a story that happened on November 3rd, 1920, 100 years ago. During the Irish War of Independence, in a town called Ballinolea in County Longford, Ireland, there was a battle fought by local volunteers known as the North Longford Flying Column. Many were farmers with little to fight with against the British, and a British-backed group called the Black and Tans, known by the color of their uniforms. On November 3rd, 1920, there were 4 outposts waiting for the British to invade the town of Ballinolea. The commander of one of those outposts was Michael Francis Reynolds. On that fateful night, the North Longford Flying Column overcame the battle with British soldiers with no casualties and saved the town, which is well documented. Fast forward exactly 100 years later to November 3rd, 2020, election night 2020. On that fateful night, Michael Francis Reynolds' granddaughter, Kathleen Francis Carolyn, who many of you know as me, Kathy Watanabe, won my battle against the red and gold. Just like my grandfather, I didn't have much, especially $3 million, and I overcame adversity to win an important battle. The most important district that Jed York didn't win in 2020 was my district, District 1. In essence, David beat Goliath. Aside from the fact that District 1 is home to Levi's Stadium, it is also the district with the highest percentage of diversity. In 2018, the percentage was 51%, which is why when Judge Coonley was ordering Santa Clara to 6 districts, he considered asking me to step down and rerun for my seat in 2018, even though my term was not up, to prove the theory that a person of color would have a better chance of winning in a district with a lot of diversity. Thankfully, he didn't impose that consideration, and I ran again in 2020, and I won. Again, even with a $3 million bounty over my head, as a friend called it. I thank the voters of District 1. They know that the color of my skin doesn't define who I am as a person. As an elected official, I am here to represent everyone. In the end, like my grandfather, Michael Francis Reynolds, we fought a good fight. We stood true to our principles, our morals, and we stood up for what is right. I am truly honored to serve this city. There are challenges ahead, getting through COVID-19 being first and foremost. The last 9 months have been the most defining of my service to this city, and I will continue to put our residents and small businesses first and explore ways to sustain our city as it moves forward through the pandemic. Thank you to Mayor Lisa Gilmore, City Manager Deanna Santana, and City Attorney Brian Doyle for your leadership and guidance during these unprecedented times. Thank you to all the staff that work hard each day to make Santa Clara the best city it can be. I enjoy working alongside all of you. And finally, in closing, I want to thank the Honorable Teresa O'Neill and Honorable Debbie Davis, whose service to this city will be sorely missed. You leave a legacy that will not soon be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for your comments. And I want to say that I'm honored to be serving with you again, and as a council member, as I've served with you in the last 4 years. So congratulations, and we have a lot of work to do. So that concludes our comments from our incoming elected officials. And I just want to end this portion of our program by saying that this council now, as we sit this evening, is going to be facing some very difficult times ahead and very challenging times ahead with the pandemic. We all had visions of what our priorities were going to be for the city of Santa Clara, but everything went out the window in the last year because our focus now is on the pandemic and helping our community through the pandemic. And as a result of that, we are going to have some challenging financial times as well. So everyone's going to have to collaborate and work together to make sure that, you know, we are working together for the benefit of the community, always with the lens of the community first and the community in mind. I may have had differences with some of the newly elected council members. And as you know, I supported some of your opponents for the seats. But as I sit before you today, I look forward to finding positive ways that we can all work together in these upcoming challenging months and years facing Santa Clara. And as your mayor, I commit to embracing and collaborating with all elected members of our great city. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill and Councilmember Davis, for your service. And let's get to work. So congratulations. I think we're going to take just, well, I think we had one member of the public that's had his hand up for, I think, the last 2 hours, and that's Alex Shore. Alex, did you have something to say? I didn't want to ignore you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Gilmore. Yeah,
Yay. Okay.
I did want to say hello. Thank you so much. I just want to thank and commend Council Members Davis and O'Neill for their exceptional service and dedication to the city of Santa Clara. I really enjoyed working with both of you on a personal level and professionally from the perspective of Catalyze SV, the organization that I represent. I really, really appreciate both of you continuing to emphasize the importance of engaging the community in the development process. And I thank you for sharing that value and championing that value from your position on the council. And I'll miss working with you both. I do want to congratulate the incoming council members, Councilmember Park, Jane, Becker, and coming back to the council, Councilmember Watanabe. Looking forward to working with all of you. For Council Members Park and Becker, I would love to spend some time introducing you to Catalyze SV and our work and see where the points of overlap between your values and how we can serve you and the city of Santa Clara in the months and years ahead. So thank you for putting your hat in the ring for service to a very good city and a very noble task. And we're really excited to work with you. So whenever you're ready, if you have email addresses, I'll find them on the website once you're in office. And I can't wait to talk with you a little bit more about our work and your priorities. Thank you so much, Mayor Gilmore, for the time. Good luck to all of you in the months ahead. Thanks again for the service.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you for coming this evening. All right, so next we're going to move on to, I guess our work gets started tonight. Next, we are going to move on to item number 7, which was action on a written petition submitted by Councilmember Chahal requesting a discussion on the CVRA appeal case. Do I go to Councilmember Chahal first? I know the city attorney has given us a memo. Why don't we go to Councilmember Chahal first? Go ahead, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to congratulate Clerk Hossam Hogag, Chief Nicolai, Councilmember Kathy Watanabe on their re-elections, basically, and incoming council members like Kevin Park, Serge Jane, and Anthony Becker. We are looking forward to you, all of you on the council, and doing some good work. Okay. Coming back to this agenda item, yes, this agenda item is just to put this item on 12:15 closed door session. This is an ongoing litigation, and I would like the new council as well as existing council member to be updated on this agenda item. And so that's the only thing we have today, is the request to be heard, this thing to be put on the next agenda item on 12/15/2020.
So I think the city attorney has given us an update, but I'm going to go to you now, city attorney.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Chahal. There are some difficulties with putting this on a closed session. First, let me update the public on what can be updated at this point. And basically, my memo is basically all the update that I would have, even if I went into a closed session. And the situation is this, is that the notice of appeal was filed on August 15th, 2018. The case was fully briefed and ready for the setting of oral argument in October of 2019, and a copy of the briefs on appeal have been transmitted with the memo and will be available to the public. On November 16th, 2020, the 6th District Court of Appeal notified the parties that the oral argument would be held on December 17th, 2020 at 9:30 a.m., and the public will be able to listen to the oral argument by telephone, and the dial-in instructions are contained in the memo, which will also be available to the public and which is available on the 6th District website. I have also given information about the attorney's fees that have been expended both by the plaintiffs and by the city. The attorney's fees and costs that the judge awarded were approximately $3.34 million, and the amount that the city had spent up to the time that that award was made was $755,000. So I think that that's about all the information I could give, and the other information is contained in my memo, so I don't know what we would talk about in closed session. So before we would clutter up that session with a tremendous amount of additional work for me, I'd like to know what it is you'd like to discuss in closed session. What exactly that I haven't provided would you be looking for me to answer?
Thank you, City Attorney. So anything related, now you gave this information, which was, I did not request, first of all, and the request form itself says, let me read that. At the meeting where the initial written request is heard, discussion should be limited to whether the item should be added to an agenda and date, not the merit of the item. So I'm just asking this item to be added on 12/15/2020 closed session. And I may have some questions which are related to litigation. I
requested you to tell me what those questions would be so I could prepare for that, and you haven't told me that.
I can get you those things once the item is finalized, that we'll be having this item on 12/15. I can't discuss those questions in public.
Sure you can. Sure you can. Yes, you can.
It's your prerogative. In the past, when I brought something, you mentioned you cannot discuss anything about the agenda.
I'm not going to answer the question. I just want to know what the question is, because there may be some conflict of interest issues if the question is a question that...
I don't feel comfortable asking those closed door questions over here.
All right. Well, I don't feel comfortable going to a closed session that I don't know what the questions are that you're going to ask me.
So the prerogative of going to closed door for this meeting is not yours. It's the council majority decision.
No, it is mine. I'm the one that sets the closed session.
No, but the prerogative of putting this thing on agenda is the majority of the council. The council decides what.
If you won't tell me what your question is, I'm not going to show up at the closed session.
That it means you're trying to avoid your duty as a city attorney, sir.
I think we need to discuss this. I'm not avoiding any duty. I'm just asking you what the closed session would be about.
Okay, I will just make an.
Do you plan on taking action at the closed session? That is my question.
I'm not going to indulge in this discussion.
Okay. Then if you make a motion and other people pass it and you go to closed session, I won't be there, because I can't have a closed session unless I know what's going to be discussed there.
I don't know what are the rules for that, but I will try to make a motion to bring this thing to the closed session. And
would there be any, do you contemplate having any action at the closed session?
I hope so, because that's what the council.
What is the possible action you might take at the closed session? Because I can't even imagine what action you could take.
Don't decide the actions before the discussions. I don't decide the actions before the discussion.
All right. Well, I can't. This is far too dangerous for me ethically to allow you to set a closed session upon which the city attorney doesn't know what the purpose of the closed session is.
All due respect, Mr. Brian Doyle, it is not you who decides what to put on the agenda. It's the council.
Frankly, it is. It's conference. It's
policy. It's a council policy decision who decides to put this thing on the agenda.
You can put something on the open. You can put something on the open.
Majority of the council, yeah, it will not be under. If I have the majority of the council, they want to talk about it. Yes, it will be on the agenda. What you do next, that's not my. I can't comment on that right now.
All right. Well, I see some very serious ethical issues that I would need to brief the public on to determine if people have conflicts of interest depending on what action you might want to take in closed session.
I don't know what presumptions you have. I don't know.
I don't know either because you won't tell me what you want to do.
That's what I'm saying. It is a litigation matter which needs to be discussed in closed door.
Look.
Policies. Every time you have mentioned anything in litigation, it has to be discussed in closed door.
And what I'm saying is, I can't imagine any action that you could take in closed session.
You don't worry about it. It is the council.
I have to worry about it. I have to prepare for it.
Yeah, then
it would be malpractice for me not to prepare for such a closed session. You're asking me to do something unethical.
No, it's not unethical.
Well, you haven't told me what it is you want to do. Why are you hiding from the public what your intentions are?
Okay, I can't discuss this thing anymore with you. I will just make a motion. I'll just make a motion.
All right, and if you don't tell me what you're interested in doing, I won't be at that closed session.
That's your prerogative.
Okay, that's fine.
Let the council policy decide what happens that time. But
Well, you can't meet if I'm not there.
I don't know what happens. Let the council decide.
Okay,
to put this thing
sure.
on the agenda.
All right.
I can't predict what happens. But
all right. All right, that's fine. I don't know why you're playing this game. I don't know why you're playing this game, but I think the public deserves to know what you're up to.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to bring this item to the closed door meeting on 12/15, 2020. That's my motion.
I'm very uncomfortable about this whole situation because you want to bring something to closed session, but what's the topic of the discussion? Because the city attorney, your memo says that you'd like a briefing on this, which the city attorney has done. So what is the topic of your closed session? Because I have some concerns as well.
Madam Mayor, today's agenda item is just to bring the item on the it is clearly mentioned.
Closed session. You just said I assumed open session.
Yes, to bring into the closed session. That's our rules say today's agenda item is whether we want to bring this into the closed session or not. That's it. I'm not going into any details. I don't want to litigate any pending litigation in an open session. Those have been the advices of our city attorney in the past in so many times. Something related to litigation. I know there was an agenda item related to the front lateral garbage sewer replacement. He mentioned you cannot talk anything about it, just talk about the agenda item. And I am adhering to his own past record of just putting this thing on the agenda. What we discuss in the closed door, that is not an agenda today, Madam Mayor. That's not an agenda today. What we discuss on closed door, what we talk about it, that will come in a closed door.
I think Councilman Chahal, with all due respect, there has to be a reason to go into closed session. And so unless there's new information, what is the actual reason to go into closed session? You've got to have some kind of a
one good reason is there are 3 new council members who do not know what's going on about this from the city point of view, from the litigation point of view.
So are you trying to get information to the 3 new council members on the case that's going to?
That is one of that. That is one of it.
The purpose of the closed session?
That is one of it. That is
Well,
one of it.
So
might I speak, Mayor, please?
go ahead.
So every single time that we talk about putting something on the agenda, the staff person who's being requested to show up at that agenda item is told what it is you want to talk about. And I feel very, very vulnerable from an ethical standpoint about what's going on here. There are some very serious issues. I asked you right when you first asked me to put this on the agenda. I said, what is it you want to talk about? And you wouldn't tell me. And I don't think that's being fair, council member. You could have told me confidentially what it is you wanted to put on the agenda, and you refused to respond to my request. And I think that, and I really don't think you're playing fair with me. And I'm being absolutely genuine when I say I have serious, serious concerns about my ethical duties to even allow certain of you to come to a closed session where you might take action based upon common law conflict of interest. And if you won't tell me what it is you want to do in closed session, I won't be able to respond and tell the public what the conflict issues are. And so I have a duty to the public if I believe that you have a conflict, or if other council members have a conflict in terms of the action item you might want to take in closed session. I have a duty to the public ethically to tell the public ahead of time. You know that. You know that I need to know that before you go into closed session and try to meet and participate in a decision in which you might have a conflict. And if you won't tell me what it is the decision is you want to make, and you won't tell the public what it is you want to do in closed session, I have very serious concerns. The whole thing looks extremely suspicious.
I have repeated this thing, Council.
I've said, let me just say one more thing, and I'd like to speak through the mayor because that's the way we run meetings.
Go ahead.
I don't want to have a dialogue back and forth between me and you. So, Madam Mayor and council members, if I am not told, I'm just letting all the council know, if I am not told what it is we might discuss, I'm the one that always schedules closed sessions. I schedule closed sessions when there is something about the litigation in which I need to confer with the council. Okay? If something's coming up, if for example, in this case, the plaintiffs had made a settlement offer, I would be obligated to bring it into closed session, and we would discuss some disposition of the case. I don't have anything like that. I have nothing at this point. I have no reason to confer with counsel in closed session, and certainly no reason to do so on the 15th, when we have lots and lots of other things to do. We have a court decision we have a Court of Appeal decision scheduled to be heard on the 17th of December. It will be far more enlightening for the new council members to hear in closed session what happens in that court decision after the court decision after we receive that court decision. But there's nothing to do in between now and the court decision that creates a need to go into closed session at this point. It's very concerning to me that you're refusing to tell the public what you're up to, and there are very serious concerns. I'd rather not have to discuss them if you don't want me to, but if we must, I can start going into what my ethical concerns are. I think it's better for all of us to heed the wise words of all the speakers this morning. I mean, not this morning, but prior to this discussion of let's try to not have this level of controversy and dissonance at the very first meeting of the council. I'm being sincere. I'm not trying to play any games. I have very serious ethical concerns, which I'd be happy to discuss with you directly. I don't think you've been fair to me in that you've been hiding from me what you want to do in closed session. I asked you and you wouldn't tell me when you had the opportunity. And I find that very, very, very suspicious. And I'm very concerned about ethical obligations I have to the entire city about whether or not the people that are potentially going to make a decision in closed session, which they won't tell me what they're thinking about doing or what they might want my advice about whether they could do or couldn't do. What, you know, I don't see how that's I don't see how that, since I can't even imagine what it is what decision you might make. There's no decision to make at this point. The case is fully briefed. It's ready for hearing. What decision could you possibly make in closed session? What motion could you make in closed session? That's all I have, Mayor. If you'd like me to go into the ethical issues, I can, but I'd prefer not to. I'd rather have us all wait till after the court rules to have a closed session on getting everybody up to speed on the. I'll know a lot more about what the city's position is after the court rules. I don't understand what it is we would be discussing in closed session at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Chahal, do you still want to proceed?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
would you like the city attorney to explain what those ethical issues might be?
He can explain, but I don't think that's required. He can explain. Like I've listened to him. My only agenda item is to bring it to and I'm not sure why we are jumping this gun, like what he's thinking, why he's thinking so. I just want a fair internal closed door discussion about this agenda item, and which I have some litigation related questions. We have spent whatever amount on this thing. It's a very legitimate concern as a council member. I have regarding this thing, and that's why. And if we want to put everything what he thinks in a closed door session, I'll listen to it. I have not made up any decisions what he's talking about. We will make a decision at the closed door session, if at all something to be made. If there is no discussion to be made, I have some questions which are related to litigation. He can answer those questions in the closed door and we will be done. That's it. That's my request. I think there are so many assumptions being made on this thing. I'm so surprised. There's so many assumptions being made on this thing. And I'm just following the city policy. And this is a prerogative of the council to bring this thing to the closed door or to any next agenda item. The city attorney does not control what should be brought on the agenda item or does not. And if we have a conflict, let it be resolved what the right course of action would be. But today, I'm just talking about let this item go forward and bring it to the agenda for a discussion. If I have some, that's it. That's my fair assessment. I will not go to and forth with city attorney anymore. And I know there's some other my colleagues have raised their hand. Let's talk. If that's it, Mayor Gilmore.
All right, city attorney, you may want to explain some of those potential conflicts.
It's up. All right. Well, there's a notion known as a common law conflict, and many of the new council members, as well as yourself, I've been led to understand, Councilmember Chahal, have expressed a position that you've already made the decision that the first act that you will take when you have a council majority is to dismiss this appeal before the court has a chance to rule. Having expressed that opinion, you now have stated publicly a bias. And under common law conflict rules, you cannot even participate in such a decision. You cannot even have a discussion about whether or not to dismiss this action before there is any reason to dismiss it. There is absolutely no public purpose in even contemplating dismissing this appeal prior to the court hearing the appeal. Therefore, if that is what you would want to discuss in closed session, you would have a conflict which would prevent you from even going into the closed session. It's further complicated by the fact that one of the issues that you look at when you go into closed session is whether or not there has been a quid pro quo to obtain of that biased vote prior to going into making that decision. And that is complicated by the fact that 3 of the council members that would be in that closed session have both received campaign contributions and have expressed the opinion that they would immediately vote to dismiss the appeal. That complicates things. And it would, if you took such an action, would expose all of you to potential criminal investigation into whether or not there was a quid pro quo between having received support in a campaign from people who were making the exact same political arguments that you were making, which is
Mayor Gilmore.
appeal.
Mayor Gilmore.
No, I'll let the city attorney finish.
No, this is intimidation tactics, and the council doesn't want to hear this.
Councilmember Becker, I'm sorry, I'm running the meeting, not you. Let the city attorney finish. Your hand is up. We will call on you or I will call on you.
And finally, such an action, since there is no public purpose that could be served by the effect of dismissing the appeal prior to the hearing, the effect of that would be to hand $4 million over to the plaintiff's attorneys who make $900 an hour, who requested the 49ers to give $3 million in support of this campaign. So that would be a gift of public funds that further complicates the matter. Finally, this appears, if the action would be to dismiss the appeal, then that would be a improper vote to reconsider, because the previous council already voted to file the appeal, and there's no new information that would lead anyone to say we need to withdraw that appeal now, and in effect withdraw that vote. Those are the ethical issues that I did not want to have to discuss, but since you insisted on making me discuss them, those are the ones. This is not intimidation. This is simply me doing my job. I have a duty to inform you of the potential ethical problems that could be raised by such an action. I did not want to have to do this. I tried to communicate with each of you about this beforehand. I gave you the opportunity to talk to me. I could have explained this to you in private, but because you're playing games with me and won't talk to me about what it is you want to do, how can I possibly inform you of the risks of possibly making this motion? This is very serious stuff. If you think that people's interest won't be piqued by this, and I did not want to pique it. I really did not. But the interest has now been piqued, and I think it's even more dangerous to go into closed session at this point. So my sincerest advice, and this is genuinely my best advice that I can give you, is please do not go into closed session and even consider such a thing. There's no reason to go into closed session. I've given you all the information there is to give about an update on the appeal. Any of the new council members that want to hear about the issues in this case, I'm more than willing to talk to them about this. And there'll be plenty of time after we receive a decision from the court. We paid a lot of money to get a decision from this court. Getting a decision from the Court of Appeal will provide a lot more certainty about how the city would move forward than if we were to try to dismiss the appeal before the court gets a chance to hear it. Those are the reasons why I want to know what it is we would possibly do in closed session. Again, if you won't tell me what it is you want to do in closed session, then, and if you advise me that that is what you want to do in closed session, then I would have to say that I don't think we can have a closed session with all the people that have already made the decision. You can't have a fair decision if you've already made the decision before you even heard anything.
Thank you, City Attorney. All right, I'm going to go to the council for comments, and then we'll see what happens. Councilmember Becker, followed by Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. So first off, City Attorney, this is intimidation tactics by trying to scare me, a new council member, and other council members that we're going to try to do something illegal when we're not. We're not doing something illegal. And the reason why I say that is because, let me read here, section 708 of the city charter says that 4 members of the council can call a special meeting, regardless if it's closed session or public session. We can call a meeting. I don't know why there's a problem with this. And if we're going to talk about ethical issues, I'm questioning your ethics, City Attorney Doyle. Why are you misleading the public?
Excuse me, Councilmember.
No, Mayor Gilmore, I'm speaking.
I know, I'd like you to address me and not directly.
So I'm addressing through you to the city attorney. Please do not mislead our public, because I'm going to go back a little ways, back to what Councilmember Chahal was actually just talking about right now, which is when the garbage issue, when he put that on there. City attorney, I can go back right now and find the video that shows you saying we can't talk about anything in a that's closed session in public. It's illegal. If we do that right now and tell you what we want to do and what we want you to review for us, we're breaking the law. It's a closed session issue. So I really don't know why you're trying to stall us, scare us with ethical issues, intimidation tactics, because this is a new council. This stops now. And so I second the motion to Raj Chahal. This is Councilmember Chahal. This is what the council wants. The majority has spoken. And when we're going to take our votes, we'll see what happens. It's unfair that you sit there and you try to scare me, a new council member, Councilmember Jane, and Councilmember Park. It's not fair. If Councilmember Chahal wants to do this and you want him to tell you what it is, he can't. I will reference that video for you and I will send it to you what you said back, I think it was in May. Video doesn't lie. So I ask you to please, through the mayor, please stop misleading the public. Because all we want to do is do a closed session item to hear this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
I believe that the city attorney said that candidates had taken contributions from the 49ers, which I don't know where he's getting that information, because I certainly did not take any contributions from the 49ers. So I think he is misleading the public.
Madam Mayor, please. I'm sorry, but I did not say that, and you can roll back the tape. What I said was the 49ers supported your campaign, which is clearly what they did. I did not say you took contributions from the 49ers. I did not say that.
We'll have to roll back the tape.
Yes,
now, I
will.
believe that Councilmember Chahal had said that he was going to provide you some questions after this meeting. So if he's going to provide you those questions, it seems to me that we could schedule a closed door session and you would have the questions and you would be able to prepare for that closed door session. Would that be correct?
I would not make no sense to prepare for it if the question is, can we dismiss the appeal before, if you're telling me that the purpose of the closed session is to discuss dismissing the appeal before the hearing, then I would have to advise the public before we went into the hearing that I could not participate in it because I had identified a common law conflict among the people who said they had already made that decision.
Okay.
And so if you're telling me that's not what we would discuss in closed session, that there's absolutely no way that decision could be made in closed session, then I suppose we could have a closed session. But I don't know what the timing, why this would necessarily have to be on the 15th. We could have it after the hearing. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't have a closed, I'm not saying we shouldn't discuss this case in closed session, but there's no reason for the timing. The timing looks terribly, terribly suspicious. There's nothing,
Okay.
there's no action to take before the hearing. I'm perfectly happy to brief the council once we have something new to tell them. I'm not trying to prevent you from learning about this case at all. I'm just concerned that you don't get in trouble. I really, really take issue with the fact that I'm trying to mislead anybody on anything. I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. I'm not going to give you any advice. I can't think of anything that I would say in closed session that I haven't already said. And the fact that no one wants to say what action you might take in closed session, why does it need to happen on the 15th? We have so much going on the 15th. You're going to see like the longest agenda you've ever seen. We already have 2 items on that closed session. I just really wish that we could, get back to the spirit of what everybody said. I really liked what everybody said. I don't want to have this level of strife, but I feel like you're not being fair to me. I feel like the council is not being fair to me. I have legitimate ethical issues. I have no personal stake in any of this. I'm just trying to give both you, the council members, I have a duty both to you, the council, as well as to the people of Santa Clara. And if I identify a legitimate conflict, I have a duty to explain that. And you have a duty to explain to the public before you go into closed session why it is you don't have a common law conflict if that's a decision you're contemplating. And there's some very serious issues to explore. So, all I'm saying is why we're rushing to go into on the 15th, this looks terribly suspicious. I'm sincerely saying I really don't want you to have a spotlight drawn on you. I did not say that you solicited campaign contributions from the 49ers. I never said that. I'm not saying that now. If anyone thinks that's what I said, I want to clear it up. What I'm saying is there are definitely things that would be there are very, very serious issues that would be raised by doing it under this scenario, and I'm trying to prevent you from becoming the subject of investigation. I think it's a much cleaner thing to do to have the closed session sometime after we have new information from the court. Everybody, including the public, would have a lot better idea of what our legal standing is with regard to whatever decisions you want to make after we get a decision from a court, after we spent so much blood, sweat, tears, time and effort, money to get the court to make the decision. I mean, that's what we want to do. Why anyone would want to pull the plug on that would be completely inexplicable, except for some very serious coincidences about the way the campaign statements were made. And I'm just trying to avoid that. I'm trying to avoid that happening. The last thing I want to do is deal with a city council that becomes under investigation for possible influence through campaign support. I'm not saying you solicited, but there's plenty of pay for play that goes about through indirect means. And the last thing I want to have happen is you guys get investigated. Even if you think you might not have been, you might not have had direct conversations with people, you could still become subjects of something if you try to do something like this. I think it's really foolhardy. I just don't understand why you want to take the risk. But I wish all of you had taken me up on the offer of talking to me about this, because I invited all of you to talk to me, and it is your refusal to even talk to me that makes me very, very nervous.
That's not true. I
No,
talked to you.
you did. No, I'm not
I
saying
did.
you
Okay.
did. And I want to make the record very clear, and I truly appreciate that. I think you did the right thing, Councilmember Jane, and you led me to believe in our conversation that you would not try to revoke this, end this appeal before the court ruled. That's what you led me to believe. And so now you're telling me that that's not true. So that makes me even more nervous. I mean, you told me
That is
that.
not true. I never said that I wanted to pull the appeal.
No, I know. I'm agreeing with you.
I'm not saying that now.
I am agreeing with you.
Okay,
I'm
very
agreeing with
good.
you. I'm totally agreeing with you. And so if you're not going to do that, then you led me to believe in our conversation that you thought the best thing to do would be to have any kind of closed session after the court had ruled. That's what you led me to believe. And so it sounds like you want to do something different now, and that makes me nervous as well. So, you're putting me in a very difficult position. You all started out the evening with let's all try to get along. Let's not try to have, let's try to get off to a good start. And the first thing we do is have this accusations back and forth. I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything, okay? I'm really not. But when I have a council member that's not being, honest with me about what he wants to do, when he had a full week to tell me what it is he wants to do after I asked him what he wants to do, I get very nervous, and I don't think that's a fair way. I don't think that's a fair way to interact with the city attorney. I really don't. The first thing I say to council members when I have a chance to is my number one rule is let's not ambush the city attorney. I don't like to play that game. That's not the game I like to play. I don't like to play it out in public like this. I invited all of you to have one-on-ones with me. You could have all talked to me. I really appreciate the fact that you, Councilmember Jane, did several times talk to me, and I think you've been very honest with me, and I really appreciate that. And so what I don't appreciate is the fact that I reached out to Councilmember Shahal because I'm very, very worried about the ethical issues, and he's still not telling me. And when someone doesn't want to discuss an ethical issue in an honest way with me, in a forthright, he could have done that any time in the last week. And now he still won't even tell me. He won't tell and it's necessary for me to know what the question is, for me to be able to assess whether or not there's a potential conflict of interest, whether or not there's a potential bias, whether or not there's a potential criminal liability, whether or not we have a situation of a potential gift of public funds. The public has a right to know whether or not you're giving money to people who spent $3 million on your campaign. You didn't ask for it, but they spent it. The public has a right to know that you're giving them money for no good reason. That would be the decision that you're making in closed session. The public has a right to know. You don't have a right to go behind closed doors and not tell them that there is no good reason for you handing that money over. I have an obligation to tell the public that there is no good reason for handing that money over. There is no reason on God's green earth why anybody in their right mind would dismiss the appeal 2 days before the Court of Appeal was about to make the decision. No, there's none. There's no rational basis for taking that act. And the definition of no rational basis, the other word for that is arbitrary and capricious. That is also a violation of due process. I just think I owe it to all of you, as well as to the public, to inform you of these extremely serious ethical and potentially criminal liability. I mean, I just can't not warn you. I would have rather done it in private conversations with each of you, but you did not want to talk to me. So I'm not talking to you. I'm saying plural. I appreciate that you did talk to me, and we did talk about some of this, and I had been led to believe that you wanted to have the closed session after the court had ruled, and I think that is the wisest thing to do. And I'm advising all of you right now that is the wisest thing to do. There's no good reason to consider such an action before the court had ruled. It will only get you in trouble. Having said that, that's about all I have to say, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jane, do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Councilmember Park, followed by Chahal, followed by Becker. Councilmember Park.
Yes. Again, I will talk through city staff and the mayor, Mayor Gilmore. I appreciate the city attorney going over the issues that concern him, but clarity. I also heard the attorney say that we had received campaign contributions. I would like city staff to review the recording and give a report on the city attorney's statements, because we cannot afford to have a city attorney that is unsure or mistaken on what they have stated, especially on ethical issues that he himself is worried about. And clarity, I have not received campaign contributions from any business organization, and I do not believe that anyone else on either side has received contributions from the 49ers either. And I would like to say I did talk to the city attorney as well. We did not have any discussions after our initial discussions because there was really nothing to discuss until we came to this meeting. But it seems that Councilmember Chahal and the city attorney need to resolve the agenda for any closed session meeting outside of this public meeting, meaning the city attorney cannot imagine what could be done, but that is the purpose of discussion, to discern what we cannot imagine ourselves. I mean, I don't think the city attorney even knows what the issue is, yet he proposes an ethical issue, which again, I appreciate. He is, however, assuming the common law conflict, and I think that that assumption is not enough to say that we should not have a discussion between Councilmember Chahal and the city attorney on a closed session meeting. My other questions are, how do we have closed door discussions like this, informative closed door sessions for discussion, meaning they will not necessarily have actions, but there must be a way to discuss this, and it looks like it would be a private conversation between the city attorney and Councilmember Chahal outside of the public forum. But again, I would like some clarity, because I am a little concerned that the city attorney and anyone else on city staff is trying to paint the new council members as in the pockets of any organization. I do not believe I have stated what I would like to do with the 49ers. I believe that I have not made any discussions on what I would want to do on a meeting that I also do not know the agenda. So to assume the issues, I think, would be incorrect. And again, as an engineer, I think that we probably could have rat-holed this discussion. And I would prefer not to go to a meeting in which there is no printed agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Park.
Mayor, I just want to apologize to Mr. Park if I did misspeak, and to all of you, if I did misspeak, and I never meant to say that any of you solicited any campaign contributions or that the 49ers contributed to your direct campaigns. It's very clear they did contribute to a PAC that was named as a committee to elect all of you. And I'm not saying that you agreed to do anything in exchange for their contributions to that PAC. What I'm saying is, because of the statements that you made during the campaign saying that you would dismiss this appeal without hearing anything about it, that you were committed to do that, that is what creates the common law interest, the common law conflict, excuse me. And I apologize if anyone understood me to be saying that anybody had received any campaign contributions from the 49ers. Clearly you did not. And if that's what people heard me say, then I'm sorry about that. And I want to make it clear to the public, I'm not saying that, and I'm not trying to say that. What I'm saying is, when you have a situation where so much money was spent at the behest of Mike Honda, who was acting with the plaintiffs, and there are so many circumstances here which I would rather not discuss right now, but this whole situation can be solved by simply saying, responding to Councilmember Chahal's request, by simply saying, let's put this on an agenda, a closed session agenda, after the Court of Appeal has ruled, or if the plaintiffs give us a settlement offer. Those are the two circumstances under which I think it makes sense to have a closed session. It doesn't make sense to have a closed session on the 15th when there's no legitimate action that you could take at that closed session.
Okay, and again, my request for city staff was to review the recording to ensure, to see, just for clarity, what was said. And again, I think that the opinion that I would have is city attorney and Councilmember Chahal would discuss any agenda. I mean, that I don't believe the timing of a closed session meeting is as important right now until we know what the agenda is. I don't know that anyone at this meeting has said that canceling the appeal would be a topic of discussion or an activity or an action that we would take at that meeting. And as a result, I think that outside of the public forum, Councilmember Chahal and the city attorney could discuss an agenda for a potential closed session meeting without discussing when that closed session meeting would occur. Again, I would agree with the city attorney on timing if that were the situation, but I do not know that that is the situation. The only person that I've heard that from is the city attorney himself. And I think that needs to be resolved outside of the public meeting with Councilmember Chahal and the city attorney. But I don't know what more there is to be gained in the public forum by this discussion. It seemed to me that it was a simple request for a closed session discussion, and it became, a lot of accusations, a lot of other things. And again, now I understand why city meetings take as long as they do. But again, from an engineering standpoint, I would really like to have a discussion about the agenda offline, come back to us with an agenda for a closed session meeting. And at that time, we can decide if that's warranted or not. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, it sounds like Councilmember Park is interested in having a motion to continue this to next week. or some future council meeting. I mean, I'm perfectly willing to work with Councilmember Chahal about coming to an agreement about a future council date to have this discussion. I think that would be a very good thing to do. I'm perfectly willing to do that. I wish we could have that discussion, and but I don't think it would be appropriate to just walk into a meeting on the 15th without knowing what it is the potential issues are from a common law conflict standpoint, and these other issues that I've discussed.
It sounds as if maybe I hope I understood this correctly, that Councilmember Park said that he's comfortable with the closed session item that's for information only. Is that accurate? So we have something for information only? And
if
of course, Councilmember Chahal.
If that's what's decided for the agenda, then I'm okay with that. But again,
I'm sorry, I was talking. I didn't. It's my fault. What did you say? I'm sorry.
I'm saying if that's what the agenda is agreed upon, then I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly okay with that. But again, it sounds to me like there may be other issues. I don't want to presume what Councilmember Chahal would like to discuss. I mean, I would be fine with Councilmember Chahal and the city attorney having a discussion now or later at some other point to set an agenda for a closed session meeting. But without that discussion between Councilmember Chahal and City Attorney, I'm not sure that we would know enough to discern the purpose of this meeting.
Thank you. I do think that the closed sessions have, there's a limited purpose for closed sessions. Maybe City Attorney, you can explain what the purpose is of closed sessions, because we do have our policy. Anybody, council member can request putting something on the open agenda. Closed sessions have more of a limited purpose.
It would be to confer with counsel about litigation. And I don't have anything that I would be able to there's just nothing for me to discuss. I've said everything there is to say in this memo. There's nothing of a confidential nature that I would discuss at a closed session. So I have no real reason to have a closed session, and without being able to discern whether it would be a valid closed session under the Brown Act, and for these other reasons, I'm very reluctant to schedule a closed session on the 15th. As I said, I would have more than enough reason if the plaintiffs were to give us a settlement offer. I would have a reason, I would have an obligation to consult with counsel. And if following the hearing, we got a ruling on the case, I could definitely have a closed session about that ruling. So I just don't know. I don't know what the issue is. Not does counsel have a right to confer with me in closed session about the case? I absolutely say counsel has a right to confer with me about a case, but it has to be under circumstances that are legitimate under the Brown Act, and I can't think of any reason why it has to occur on the 15th. There's no rush to do this when there's so much else that the new council has to come up to speed on, and I'll be able to give them a much better understanding of the legal considerations once the court has ruled.
Right, and okay.
My preference would be that we defer this to a different date, that we defer a closed session to a date after the court has ruled, or if we get a settlement proposal. Those are the two times I would think make sense. And in the meantime, any council member that has a question about the ins and outs of this appeal, I would be more than happy to bring them up to speed in a one-on-one.
So let me, Councilmember Park, you had something?
I just wanted clarity. My request was that you discern what the agenda would be before deciding upon a date for the closed session. But it sounds to me that the issues that the city attorney is assuming may not be the complete issue, list of issues that Councilmember Chahal would like to discuss. And therefore, before deciding that we do not need to have, or we do need to have a closed session meeting, perhaps there should be some discussion between the city attorney and Councilmember Chahal on the agenda.
And Madam Mayor, I think that's a very good idea. I mean, I don't think we should make a decision about putting this on a closed session agenda until Councilmember Chahal and I have had an opportunity to discuss what he would like to discuss in closed session. I think that's.
Let me ask Councilmember Chahal, are you willing to work with the city attorney to discuss what it is you'd like to do?
Thank you, Mayor.
And have a future meeting on this?
Madam Mayor, technically, I have strong objections to the statements made by City Attorney Brian Doyle in this regard, like labeling the new city council members that they cannot participate because somebody spent money on the elections.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
It's my turn. It's my turn, City
All right.
Attorney.
Thank you.
I'm addressing the mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, like, campaign finance, this country needs campaign finance reforms. And if somebody spent money for as a PAC, and he's trying to label all these council members that they're in their pocket, and there will be a common law issues, there will be a criminal investigation against them. I have strong objections to his language, what he used for these new council members. That's my first point. And according to his corollary, so all these three council members, new council members, cannot even vote on anything related to 49ers in the coming days. 49, anything related to 49 issue. Then again, he will say this corollary will apply. Like, yeah, because 49 put in some money as a PAC, they cannot talk about this. They cannot make any decision about this. Why did this thing did not come in the back? Like so many developers had contributed toward the campaign contributions for different candidates in the past. This was never raised. Like these council members cannot vote on this particular developers issues. This is really, really, really objectionable. And this is not in a good ethical sense what it should be, first of all. And his agenda item, I don't know how he's making a presumption that it's related to dismissing the appeal. I don't make any decisions without anything unless I need. If I have to talk to my attorney, let's take this case as an attorney, my personal attorney. If there is a hearing going on 17th, my personal hearing, I don't have a right to sit my attorney on 2 days before that to talk about the case, but I want to talk about it. He says, no, you cannot talk about this thing. You have to talk after the hearing is done. What type of attorney advice I am getting if my attorney is not even ready to listen to the counsel that this hearing? And I never mentioned that I'm trying to dismiss this appeal. I don't know why he is presuming that. He repeatedly mentioned that, dismissing this appeal, dismissing this appeal. I did not say that. I did not even mutter a word about dismissing the appeal. So this is it is diversion. Like his opinions in the past about such opinion is, we will discuss this thing when we have any litigation. Time and again, he has mentioned you cannot talk in public. And today he's saying you can talk anything about this litigation in public. Would the same laws apply with other litigations we are doing with any other entities for the city of Santa Clara? I wish we don't do that. And if that's what he's asking me to ask all those questions about any future litigation or any litigation in the court, that let's discuss it right now in the council open session. That's what not he advised me in the past for all those years, 2 years I have been on the council. And that's what not any attorney does advise anybody to discuss these things. Then he comes with the settlement issue. Maybe that's what we want to discuss about it. Maybe unless we have a closed session, then only we'll find out what we want to discuss about this. And I just clearly mentioned, we want to discuss about and update about this case. And this is very important for the city of Santa Clara. We have spent, I'm not sure, other cities have taken advice to go for district elections right away without spending even $20,000, even $30,000. We are already under more than $3 million, maybe $4 million. If we would have got a good advice, we would have not even in this scenario where we are today. And now I'm being curtailed that we cannot even discuss these things in the council, which is the pure prerogative of the council. If the council does not, that's okay. But if the council want to discuss this thing any day, city attorney works for the council. He cannot say, I will not join you. That's so against the rules of the city attorney and city council rules, basically, our engagement. Like, how can city attorney say, I will not even come to the meeting? So those are my comments, and I stand by what I do want to discuss this thing in a closed door on 15th before the appeal starts on 27th. And I do not have any pre-nominations of making any decision. But yeah, I do have certain things which I want to talk about it, and I feel comfortable that let's talk about it in closed door and let's talk about it. And I know the dates are 2017. I'm not asking him to dismiss the case on 2015. I just want to put something on the table as an attorney-client privilege. Let's talk threadbare and then make a decision. And I'm not going to make a decision. Any decision will be made by the majority of the council. I can't, even if whatever I want, I'm a 1 out of 7 people. to make a decision. How can he pre-nominate me? Okay, he's trying to dismiss the case. So I have so much reservation about his opinion today in the these deliberations. I feel so bad about it. It was a simple request to bring this back and let's talk about it from perspective of this case scenario. And any cases in the past has been 100% fundamentally resolved. Any litigation will be discussed in closed door, period. That's it. I'm adhering to that. And any attorney tells you that this has to be done in a closed door. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Well, it's good to hear that you clarified you don't want to dismiss the case. So it would be, I think it'd be okay to put just an information item on the agenda. I do want to say, and I want to clarify, the city attorney is just doing his job. When he sees that we have potential problems, he is duty bound to report those problems, potential problems and issues to us. And I think that Brian, city attorney, should probably prepare a memo and outline for the council what your concerns are. If he assesses that there might be conflicts of interest, he quite frequently does that. But part of it is when you go into closed session, you have to identify, you know, what you're talking about, what you're doing, and it's usually negotiations or for litigation. But one of the things that has come up is Brian has prepared, city attorney has prepared memos for us that outlined, you know, that it's going to cost us a few $100s between now and the time of the that it's heard on the 17th. The appeal is heard, so it's not a money issue. He's expressing concern about the perception out there, and he really doesn't want anyone to get in trouble, and that's his job. And that's, I think, what he's clearly trying to say here is to warn us that there could be some issues and some perception issues and potential conflict of interest issues if we proceed ahead in this fashion. So, so I think that if it's information only, I you know, certainly any council members could have talked to him ahead of time and can still talk to him anytime. But I think it makes sense that we come back in a closed session after the judge's decision, because then we're going to have clarity as to what position we're in going forward, and hopefully it'll be in a position where the city doesn't have to spend this kind of money, that we will prevail in the case, and that we will not be spending the money. But you know, any decision other than waiting is problematic and has potential conflicts of interest. So again, he's looking at it with the lens of protecting the council, protecting us from issues that may arise, whether we see it or not, and whether we've been involved or not. That's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. So I think that, you know, using Councilmember Park's idea that Councilmember Chahal meet with Attorney Doyle and go over the issues that he wants to talk about, I think it works. So,
Madam
anyway.
Mayor, let me come back to that.
Yes.
I as individual cannot make a decision with the city attorney. I want it to be a fair discussion among the council about this case in that closed door meeting, and that's it. How can you impose, like, okay, whatever I make a decision that should be final to the whole the council? No, I'm not. And when you say I'm not asking for dismissal, I'm saying I want to discuss in totality, discuss this case in totality in a closed door session. Maybe there are pros and cons of what we want to talk about in that closed door session, and that's it. And still resent the type of statements made by city attorney about these candidates, about criminal investigations, about campaign contributions, uh, about improper vote to consider. I still feel bad about it. Like how we can, these things can be intimated to these newly appointed council. And I did not have any role in it. And I'm just asking for a review of this thing before it goes to the judge. That's it. If we would have so judicious, we would have so like foresighted, we would not even have gone for this case. This thing has been going on 2011. I was a part and parcel of the Charter Review Committee member in 2011. We did not do anything in that. Then we had another notice. We didn't do anything of that. Then we had the third notice. We did. Now this litigation has already costed millions. Whatever the case scenario is, it has already cost the millions to the resident of city of Santa Clara. And what will happen in that one meeting? Can't we have one meeting before that the judgment and discuss in closed door every threadbare, whatever we can talk about it? If other council member doesn't have a question, that's fine. I will have a question. And it's not only I'm deciding, it's the council will be deciding whatever we need to do. And I'm not going there with any pre-nomination that I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do that. Everything is on the table and let's talk about it. And that was my simple agenda. And I'm not sure like why this position that, okay, discussion about this agenda item will be whether this should be on agenda or not on agenda. And then I'm trying to repeat this thing again. I felt so bad when city attorney said, I will not attend the meeting, even though council can pass this thing. And he said, I will not attend the meeting. That is so disingenuous to the council who appoints the city attorney. He can differ with that. He can give us completely opposite opinion. That's fine. I will agree. I may agree or may not agree with that. That's okay. But he's saying I will not even attend the meeting. That's so like, what power does elected officials have for that matter? And I'm saying we will talk about these are the things, some of the things I have, we'll talk about in the closed door, period. I'm not going there with any preconceived decision making. No, we talk about it, let's come up with and find out whatever we decide on that. That's it.
Madam Mayor, the council member raised the issue of the attorney-client relationship. The attorney-client relationship is a two-way street. Councilmember Chahal is one member of a body that I have a relationship with. I am the attorney for the city. That means I'm the attorney for the governing body. I'm attorney for the citizens of Santa Clara. If there's a conflict issue, I need to inform the citizens if their council members should consider recusing themselves based upon bias. I need to inform the council members that they might consider recusing themselves. These are things I need to do. I don't want to do this. I didn't want this to come up today. The problem is it's a two-way street. I would be more than happy to have a closed session if Councilmember Chahal would tell me what he would like to discuss in closed session. But I find it enormously unfair to me to say, I want to have a closed session, but I'm not going to tell you ahead of time what it is I want to discuss. I find that enormously unfair, and it is not a normal attorney-client relationship. The client has a duty to be forthright with the attorney. I cannot do my job if my clients are not forthright, honest, and candid with me about what it is they want. And the fact that I asked Councilmember Chahal when he made the request, how do I get it on the agenda? I immediately responded. And then I said, what would you like to discuss in closed session? And then I made every effort to provide an update, and I gave it to him and the public tonight. And now he's telling me I'm not going to tell you what I want to discuss in closed session. That is entirely unfair to me as an attorney. And to say, he as a to say a single council member can direct an attorney to do something, and I think it would be terribly unfair for the rest of the council to make me go into closed session without knowing what it is the closed session was going to discuss. I can discern no reasonable basis, no reason to have the timing is the issue. What's the issue with having it on the 15th? There's nothing, you're saying now that you don't want to have any action, yet you're saying you don't want to preclude any action. You're not telling me what you're even contemplating. You're not telling me what you really want to have the closed session about. That makes me enormously nervous as an attorney when I don't have a client who's being candid with me. And I would appeal to the other council members, please don't put me in that situation. I would like to be able to have, I have a duty to fully provide my best legal advice to you. That's my duty. That's my ethical duty. I knew that this would be unpleasant for you to hear, and that's why I had wished that this conversation would not happen tonight. I really wished it. I didn't want to have to say these things. I really did not. But I feel I owe it to you to give you my best legal advice, and that is my ethical duty under the state bar rules. And I have an ethical duty to the public as well if I believe there's a potential conflict of interest that hasn't been sufficiently explored.
Okay.
And if the rest of the council wants to do that to me as their first act, that's fine. I had hoped that we could all talk about this in private, about my role and how I operate, but unfortunately it's come up this way, and I'm just, at this point, if you want to make a motion, I'm just telling you, I would be very reluctant to show up at a closed session without knowing what the closed session is going to be about.
Okay, so the way I understand it now, either there's a couple of options. First is that there's a closed session on the 15th, potentially without the city attorney. Or another option is that Brian, city attorney, prepares a memo on the issues that he's raised, and Raj meets with the city attorney, Councilmember Chahal meets with the city attorney, and comes back to the council after the hearing. I think that we all need to cooperate and work together on this, and I think it's important because this is an important issue, and knowing what the city attorney's responsibilities are, and knowing what our responsibilities are to the public in terms of our disclosures and potential conflicts and other things, I think it's important that we look at what these two options are. I'd certainly like the spirit of cooperation and have Brian, city attorney, preparing the memo and then meeting with Raj, and we come back after the hearing, because certainly we're going to have a lot to talk about after the judicial decision comes down, which is in the next few weeks, in the next couple of weeks. And I think that anything other than that is going to be problematic for all of us. So I know we have a motion and a second on there to, what is it, the Assistant City Clerk, what is the motion on the table?
The motion is to set a closed session on December 15th.
Yeah, so I would rather go the cooperation route and work together than do something that's going to be problematic. Councilmember Becker, followed by Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have some questions. Going back to what the city attorney was speaking about, maybe he can answer me on this. Conflict of issue. Why do any of us would have a conflict? Closed sessions are just that, I thought. So can you explain to me a little bit about what you mean by conflict of interest?
Mayor, would you like me to answer that question?
Yes, if you feel comfortable doing this.
I do. I mean, I would prefer to do it in the form of a memo to all of you, but I can give you it's long been before the statutes were enacted. We have the Political Reform Act, and we have Government Code Section 1090. Case law would decide whether or not there was a conflict of interest, and there's an area of cases that identify conflicts of interest that are not in the statutes, and so that kind of one of the seminal cases is a case called Noble versus City of Palo Alto, and it kind of the statement is generally a public officer is impliedly bound to exercise powers conferred on him with disinterested skill, zeal, and diligence, and primarily for the benefit of the public. So that's kind of the basis of it, and the issue is not that you have a financial conflict, and the issue is not that you would have had solicited a campaign contribution. I wish that we don't have to talk about that. But the problem is, so please let me finish. The problem is that given the context of the statements that you made, there is no public purpose in even potentially making a decision to dismiss the case before the appeal. And people have told me, people have told me that in the course of the campaign that, several of you made statements that the very first thing I would do would be to dismiss this appeal. So that creates a bias that you would not be fairly looking at this, and that creates a potential common law conflict.
So first question, where's the personal gain out of this? Where am I making the personal gain out of this, or my council members? We're not making personal gain.
Look, and that's why I really wish I could present this in a.
I think city attorney and Councilmember Becker, with all due respect, I think you should put this information in writing so that it's clear for
no, we're in public on a video forum right now talking about this transparently, Mayor Gilmore, all due respect. So my question is, but for example, okay, if we're saying that there's confirmation of bias or anything like this right now, so then that means, for example, yourself, Mayor Gilmore, Kathy Watanabe, Councilmember Watanabe, you took money from Related and you voted for Related.
Excuse me,
so Mayor Gilmore, listen.
No,
Mayor Gilmore, Mayor Gilmore, I'm speaking.
Excuse
me. I'm speaking.
No.
So you're saying confirmation of bias. Confirmation of bias. You need to let me speak, Mayor Gilmore.
Please stop, sir. Please stop. I don't want to debate all this now.
No, Mayor Gilmore, this is not a debate.
Councilmember Becker, I think you need to understand Robert's Rules of Order. Stop.
You need to respect the people speaking.
Please stop. City attorney, I think we've had enough. I think we're gonna go.
No, Mayor Gilmore, I'm not finished.
No.
Mayor Gilmore, you need to let me speak.
Okay,
By the right of the council, you need to let me speak. Mayor Gilmore,
please stop.
I am using a reference that's saying that if it's a bias, then anybody who says they like chocolate ice cream can't like chocolate ice cream on the council?
No.
I'm confused. I'm really confused, Mayor Gilmore. I'm really confused because you need to let me speak.
Councilmember Becker, please.
Oh, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous because I'm trying to get something across to you. I'm trying to get something across.
City attorney?
This to the public, to yourself, Mayor Gilmore, and also I'm trying to get a
wrap up, please.
What I'm trying to say is a common law conflict of interest just means that you'll have a personal gain from a vote. None of us are getting a personal gain from a vote. I mean, we're not even supposed to be talking about what's on closed session. This is between Councilmember Chahal and the city attorney. I support this motion because it's between those two to put this on an agenda. So what I'm trying to get across is where is this conflict of interest? Where is, I mean, it seems like that we're being misled. And the thing that I'm feeling is that the most concern is, for example, how is it the city attorney can go and say confidential communication that he had with Councilmember Jane? If we're talking about closed session and confidentiality, right now, what we're talking about putting on an agenda is confidential closed session issue. So that's what I'm trying to get across is, to be fair, if anyone's accusing us of being the ones that were taking money from the 49ers, or which we have to consistently defend ourselves, which is wrong. If other people were supported by other entities and they voted in the same order, don't you think we should be holding people to the same respects? That's what I'm trying to say is, I'm tired of this going back and forth and attacking each other on things. This is just a simple thing that the Councilmember Chahal wants to do. And City Attorney, we're not trying to ambush you. No one is. We're being transparent as we can in front of the public so then people know what we're doing. Closed session items are closed session. So we're not trying to do anything wrong. We're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. It's just a simple request. And by the city attorney saying he's not going to be there if we have this meeting, if I don't show up to something at my job, I get fired. If I don't do something right, I'm in trouble. So why do people, why is it that we consistently have this argument when all we want to do is have it on the agenda on the 15th? And I think Councilmember Chahal made that clear. So
Okay.
thank you, Mayor Gilmore, for letting me speak.
No,
I appreciate that.
But, okay, you've got stuff to learn. Okay, thank you.
Well, we all do.
Okay, so I think that we need to try to figure out some kind of a solution here. Well, let me get to those who have spoken. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay. Okay. I don't even know where to start because so much has been said. But my concern is that there has been a lot. I mean, I understand where the city attorney is coming from. Enough happened during the campaign where during candidate forums where there were enough statements made by Councilmember Jane, Councilmember Becker regarding the CVRA and their wishes to dismiss the suit. And I'm looking at San Jose Inside right now, where Mr. Becker was quoted as saying, Becker, a current city planning commissioner, excuse me, when we talk about districts, that is probably one of my first actions I'm going to take. I don't know if I'm going to have to battle Councilman Raj Chahal, or it'll be kind of like Family Feud, where you're going to hit the button as fast as you can. And so, as the city attorney has said, I'm disappointed as well to hear that right out of the box on a night where we, this is supposed to be a night of celebration, that the first course of action that to be discussed is the CVRA and wanting to have it behind closed doors. And I keep hearing comments about decisions. What decisions do you want discussed? That's what I want to know. What decisions do you want discussed? We have the hearing on the 15th is to hear the decision or to put forth the oral argument based on the papers that were submitted so the judge can make a decision. We have not paid any money. And if anything, this is the money that's constantly being discussed is the attorney's fees, the plaintiff's attorney's fees, which have not been paid. And we are trying to protect our city and having a ruling made so that we can, hopefully, the goal is to prevail so that a settlement of some kind can be reached. However, if we, and I understand where the city attorney is coming from, enough has been stated in public, again, during the candidate forums, that some of our new council members are ready to dismiss this case, which would mean handing over attorney's fees, which is basically a gift of public funds, which is, in a time of COVID, a real disgrace. And they should be, frankly, embarrassed, because our city residents, so many people, small businesses could benefit from $4 million right now. And you just want to hand that money over instead of letting the judge make a decision, and so that we can then move forward. So if Councilmember Chahal wants to talk with the city attorney one-on-one, I think that's a wonderful idea. And I would be happy, I know there is a motion on the floor, but I believe it was Councilmember Park made a comment about continuing this discussion. And if he wants to make a motion about that, I'm happy to second it. Otherwise, I'm happy to make the motion myself, because this discussion needs to be continued until after the hearing occurs on December 15th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. I'm going to ask Councilmember Chahal, trying to come up with a solution here. Why not just agendize this for open session? Why does it have to be closed session? And I think our policy relates to open session anyway, but why wouldn't we have this in open session? I think that might solve a lot of issues.
So if we can bring all our future litigation in open session, I'll be open to that.
But you only asked
sure.
for this litigation, not all litigation.
No,
So
why should this litigation be talked in open session versus others? Why don't we apply the same principle to other litigations too then, Madam Mayor?
I'm talking about what your actual request is.
So
Commissioner
let
Hall.
me,
So
yeah, requesting, actual,
I'm asking you, okay, so I think if we had it in open session, because it really makes sense in terms of transparency. I know it's important to you. I know it's important to me and the rest of the council. So if you're concerned about transparency and the reputation of this council, I don't see any issue having it with open session, in open session. It's been clearly publicized. The court documents are out there. It's all public. The hearings were public. Everything about this case is public, and it's ready for oral arguments. In fact, the decision might have already been written. It's ready for oral arguments on the 17th. We're not spending any more money to have the oral argument hearing on the 17th. So I'm not sure, there's no settlement offer available. And so I'm not sure why we would even discuss this in closed session, because so much of this has already been out in the public and open session. So
okay.
I think that it might really show that we're open and transparent in our discussions about this by having it in open session. I don't see any harm in having it in open session. So I think that might solve a lot if we do this, and then the city attorney, could write his memo, and then you can speak with the city attorney if there's anything in particular that you don't want to say in open session. You can, or ask in open session, you can talk to the city attorney, but then we can just put it on the agenda in open session. And then it's super transparent. I do think our policy refers to open session anyway. So, and then, because I don't see us a point in having closed session if the city attorney is not going to be there. So I'm just trying to come up with a solution, Councilmember Chahal.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I was not convinced about this potential case we did. I was not on council. You decided, we lost it. We already spent millions of dollars on that. So one potential thing we can do probably, so we have two options. Either we win the case or we lose the case. If we lose the case, then we are again, if we are losing the case, it goes even further up, right? The city liability will go even further up than what we have before the appeal. I hope everybody will agree to that thing, right? So
I need to
What
say
if I
something.
wanna talk?
I just need to make it very. You just said I hope everybody will agree to that. That's not true.
On it, can I please complete?
Yes,
Let's finish, and
but
then
I
City Attorney, we can have you respond after you
Okay.
finish. Go ahead, Councilmember Chal. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So what if we initiate a settlement option before 17th? This is what I didn't want to talk about these things, but my attorney is putting me in bad shape to openly discuss this case right now. What if we come up, what are our options for settlement? I wanted to discuss those, like, okay, these are our options for settlement, A, B, C, D, monetary wise, or whatever our options. And we had a few days before it goes to the case. We could have decided, we can discuss those things. Can we discuss those settlement options in open right now?
Yeah.
The attorneys are listening to us.
I guess.
Madam Mayor, would you like me to respond?
Sure.
Yes, we can. No lawyer would advise a client in this position to make any settlement offer under these circumstances.
Why not? Are we ready to pay 6 versus 3 million?
Well,
are you sure? Let me ask you a question, City Attorney. Let me ask you a question. Are you sure 100% we'll win this case? If you say 100%, no problem. I'm ready to go. Let's go for that.
I really wish we could. I really wish you would have been able to discuss this with me. I don't know why you didn't want to discuss this with me between now and then.
I want to talk in front
All right,
of
then why don't we have this discussion, and I can clearly explain to you one-on-one why it would make no sense to do that. I can clearly do that, and I would be more than happy to do that and not do it right now. I think.
Now you say you cannot do it right now. When
I would prefer not to do it. I'll do it now if you'd like. I can tell you.
That's the only reason I wanted to have these things on a closed session.
Well,
that's the only reason. And now,
but if you had talked to me, I would have been able to convince you that it would make no sense to do that.
Disingenuous. This is so disingenuous. When I'm putting the option, you say you don't want to discuss it. When I'm not closing these things on an open close, it's a litigation item.
I'm going to stop this now because we're not getting anywhere. So I was hoping we could work this out. I think we might be able to if we put this on open session for, a future meeting. And then in the meantime, Councilmember Chahal can speak to the city attorney during the week about this.
Madam Mayor, if I may please. In open, city attorney wanted me to talk in open session. I did spoken. He is not answering my question. Is he 100% sure that we will not incur any more money? And my question, what are the settlement options with us?
Well,
2 days, so many things can happen.
All right.
Everybody, please stop now. Please stop, because we're not really getting anywhere. I'm trying to come to some solution. It's not looking like it. Let me ask the question. Are we gonna incur any more money between now and the hearing, city attorney?
No.
Okay, clear.
A few $100. $100.
Okay, we're going to incur a few $100. I think that was in the memo, right?
Yeah, right.
The merits of whether we make a settlement offer, because nothing's come into us. I think the city attorney should be able to talk to Councilmember Chahal about that, or bring it to an open session, the pros and cons, as opposed to doing it right now here. What are the pros and cons? Where to put in writing the potential conflicts of interest, do all that, and then bring it back in open session.
And Madam Mayor, why don't I suggest that? Why don't we schedule it for open session if you want to do that? I still think it's given the timing that I can't imagine I've already said no reasonable client would in this position make an offer of settlement under these circumstances. What I will do is I will write a confidential memo about why that would be. We can schedule this for open session, and we can continue it if the full council wants to make a motion to continue. if they agree that it makes no sense to make an offer of settlement under these circumstances.
Okay, does that sound fair to everyone?
Yes.
I'm confused about how you can discuss settlement offers in public where the other attorneys can hear what you're willing to
Well,
settle for.
Let me be frank. I've suggested either look, whenever I've suggested to anybody that we attempt to dismiss this case before the appeal, every lawyer that I've suggested, because I know that this is something that people might consider, every lawyer that heard me say that there are people on my counsel that want to do that has laughed. They just laugh. They just laugh. They just laugh because no client would ever do that. And certainly no public entity would just make a decision that would result in paying attorney's fees when you still have the opportunity to have a court rule against the other party under circumstances where you could save potentially $4 million. It makes no sense. And to make an offer of settlement 2 days before the hearing, or it would effectively, we couldn't even transmit the offer until the next day, the day before the hearing, would be a sign of enormous weakness. That's why no one would ever do it. No one would ever do it. All the signs are that the plaintiffs are very concerned that we might win the appeal. I can't give you a percentage. No lawyer worth his salt would ever give their client a percentage of whether they're going to win an appeal or not. All I can say is we have very good arguments and we have a chance, I think a good chance, of winning the appeal. Why, under the circumstances, when you have a good chance of winning an appeal that would result in you having to pay 0 attorney's fees, would you do anything? Why would you even suggest paying attorney's fees ahead of hearing from the court? The other benefit of hearing from the court, and why you would never make a motion to settle, is that our taxpayers have already paid to get the court to give us a decision. They've already paid for that. And the prior counsel made that decision. Once the counsel made that decision, I was ethically obligated to zealously represent that position. I had no choice other than to do that. And so I have done that. And I resent anybody that says that I have given bad advice or that the previous counsel has been given bad advice. I think we have good arguments for why the judge was wrong. And if we win, we don't pay the attorney's fees. So why on God's green earth would anybody even consider offering to pay attorney's fees ahead of getting the decision? I can't understand that. I can't. And I think the public has a right to know that the counsel is considering making an irrational decision.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. I have the City Clerk, Hassan. You wanted to say something? City Clerk?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to say from the clerk's perspective, like, we talk about transparency. We heard about it in tonight's swearing in speeches. I spoke about transparency. The rule is all meetings need to be public. Going into closed session is the exception to the rule. And there are very strict rules or circumstances under which you go into closed session. So I think at the beginning of the topic, or at the beginning of the agenda item, the city attorney was basically requesting to understand what the topic of closed session would be, and a vague topic is insufficient. So after I rose my hand to speak, Councilmember Chahal did specify that he wanted to explore the options of early settlement. So that would be the motion, is I would like to put on the agenda in closed session to discuss the options of settlement prior to the case being heard or ruled upon. At that point, council members who are voting on that motion are voting on a specific motion. You can't just request that something go into closed session, because the public have a right to know what's happening unless it meets the criteria or circumstances that you can go into closed session, like negotiations, like discussions around litigation. But it has to be specific. Otherwise, like, it's not fair to the public to see as the first action for the new council to take a closed door meeting without telling the public what it is they're talking about. So regardless of the position that you are in or that you are leaning towards, the idea is that we go into closed session for a very limited and restricted set of actions, because the public has a right to know everything else that the city does, with that very small exception. And even then, before going into closed session, the council meets in chambers publicly, states what they are going into closed session for, and then after discussing the item in closed session, they come back to the public and explain to them what decision, if any, or action, if any, was taken. So that's from the perspective of the clerk putting things on the agenda, the idea of transparency for the public. That is super important to know. So I appreciate Councilmember Chahal for, before or after I had already raised my hand to speak, clarifying his desire or the topic for which he wanted to go into closed session. The motion just saying I wanted to go into closed session to talk about this lawsuit without specifying like what the details, like not what the topic of discussion was going to be. I don't know if that's appropriate from a transparency perspective to the public. So I appreciate that clarification.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. So, Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Park, if we could be brief too. Thank you.
I think Councilmember Park was before me.
Well, okay, Councilmember Park. Councilmember Park?
Sorry, I'm having some family issues here. 조금 기다리세요. Right. Again, I am kind of surprised at the protracted discussion that we've been having. Again, I hear that Kathy Watanabe, Councilmember Watanabe, wanted me to make a motion. I really wish that Councilmember Watanabe had a concern for public monies when a safe harbor was still an option. And again, I would really prefer assumptions and presumed alliances to be left outside of the door. If we're going to make accusations, I prefer that we spoke with clarity. Again, I use that word quite often. A little less emotion with a little bit more professionalism. I do not believe Councilmember Jane ever discussed dismissing the appeal. He is the one that just convinced me to rethink my previous statements and wait on the judgments. My request was that the city attorney work with Councilmember Chahal to propose an agenda for a closed session meeting with an appropriate date, whether that date is before, on, or after December 15th. Hopefully we don't get sued by Disney with the music happening in the background. But again, that was my, meaning I don't know if there is reason to have a meeting or not have a meeting without knowing what an agenda is. Again, I am not used to going to a meeting without an agenda. But to suggest that without knowing what we want to discuss, that a time would be appropriate or inappropriate, that doesn't make sense to me. Again, my request was that the city attorney work with Councilmember Chahal to propose an agenda for a closed session meeting with an appropriate date, whether that date is before, on, or after December 15th. I don't believe anyone here has, well, I certainly didn't mention, you know, what is it, withdrawing the appeal in this council meeting. I don't know that this came out from the city council people. I think it came out because of the common law concern that the city attorney had. And again, I appreciate that. I want to hear about those things because as a resident, I have a lot of opinions, but as a city council member, I need to understand what the restrictions, what the rules, and what the concerns are. So again, I would, want to hear what the city attorney has to say. but I didn't hear anyone say that that anyone wanted to close the appeal at a meeting or even what that meeting would have. I do have concerns about discussing what we would discuss in a closed session meeting in public, but I have no problem telling the public this is what we would like to discuss. I think that those would be good. At the same time, as someone who has often looked at closed session meeting, line items, on the city website, I have often wondered, what is the city? What are they discussing? What are they talking about? And I don't ever recall having the type of information that we're suggesting we give prior to scheduling the closed session meeting right now. I mean, it's possible that we didn't do it previously because we didn't have a lot of requests for that, but I don't understand that. Again, clarity. My request was that the city attorney work with Councilmember Chahal to propose an agenda for a closed session meeting with an appropriate date, whether that date is before, on, or after December 15th. Because my concern is there seems to be a push to move all discussions after December 15th, which I understand, because that would be, after the judgment. But again, without knowing what the agenda would be, I don't even know if that would be appropriate. So again, I'm not suggesting we take any action here, but we come up with an agenda so we know what kinds of actions we can take. Thank you.
Councilmember Park, would you like to make a substitute motion? With that in mind, that might help us with the solution.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting distracted again by people here. If anyone wants to buy a little girl cheap, let me know.
Have one already.
By cheap, it's going to be a couple million.
Let me. You want me to answer some of the concerns raised, and now that we are discussing?
No, I was asking Councilmember Park if he'd like to make a substitute motion.
I mean, if that's appropriate, I would suggest making that motion. I mean, that's what I think would be appropriate in this situation. But I believe that discussing anything else, we could have a protracted discussion at any time, and we can continue on and on and on. But again, I think it starts with having an agenda.
Thank you. Did you say that was a substitute motion?
I will propose that.
All right. Is there a second on that substitute motion?
Madam Mayor, may I have the maker of the motion repeat his motion once again, please?
Okay, I've said it so many times that I actually wrote it down. My request was that the city attorney work with Councilmember Chahal to propose an agenda for a closed session meeting with an appropriate date, whether that date is before, on, or after December 15th. Sorry, I said it a little quickly. I can slow down if you need.
You have that, Nora?
Yes, thank you.
I will second that.
Mayor, you're muted.
I can't hear.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Let me go down the list. So Councilmember Park, you still have your hand up, or do you have additional comments?
Sorry, I just was distracted and didn't put it down. I'll put my hand down.
Well, that's okay. That's why I'm double checking. All right, we have Councilmember Chahal, followed by some public as well.
Thank you, Mayor. So as I mentioned earlier, now we are talking about this thing openly. So some of the things I wanted to discuss in closed door, what are our chances of winning the case? And if we are winning the case are like super strong, go for it. And we are liable for our attorney fees only. But if we are, whatever our chances of losing it, like as severe cases are, and I have read our report, not fully detailed. To me personally, I think we will be losing the case. If now you want me to discuss these things, I was hesitant to discuss these things, but our city attorney is asking me to discuss these things. And to me personally, And that's the reason we should have discussed this in closed door, but now it's open. To me personally, I think we have a more chances of losing the appeal, as the CVRA law as such is very much prevalent, and especially in the circumstances after this judgment, we have 3 council members on the council, which minority council members on the council. And that's why I was trying to save some money. If we settle anywhere between 1.5 million versus if we lose the case, I think we'll be paying more than 4 million, $5 million, right? So if we do some calculated judgment, let's do something in between those 2 numbers, depending on what our chances are. And that's the reason I was trying to do this thing on 15, so that cases can be settled in hours, not days. Like I know city attorney mentioned, oh, we don't have a time to talk to them. These things can be settled in hours, basically, hours before even going to the court. So I'm okay with discussing this thing, but I would like this thing to be brought on 15th so that, and I want to make it very, very clear. I'm trying to save some money for the city of Santa Clara residents. At the very outset, this case should not have been there. Have we divided the city into districts, which was requested way back, we would not have spent these millions of dollars. And I'm trying to save that money for the city of Santa Clara. That's my ultimate goal, that if we can save some money, even if we save 1 million, 2 million without going into litigation or stopping this litigation as a settlement before 17th, that's my goal. And I'm ready to talk if now that I have told everything, but I can even talk one-on-one with city attorney, and let's schedule this thing on 15th to discuss. That's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. Could I also ask everyone that talks, please focus your comments on the motion. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, the city attorney and I discussed this. If we win, it will cost us $1.5 million. If we lose, it'll cost us about $5.5 million. And the city attorney and I discussed the probabilities. I said, if it's a 50% probability that we will win, the expected value is 50% to 4 million, which our cost would be 3.5 million. So it's a very simple calculation you can do based on probabilities times the cost. It's called the expected value. And as an engineer, I do that all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, did you have a comment on that before I would go to the public?
Yeah, I understand the council member's exposition. I've never used the term 50%, and this is unfortunately the term expected value doesn't work with me trying to assign a percentage of win or lose. I think the motion makes sense. I would love to discuss this with Councilmember Chahal. I've been open to discussing it with him since he first proposed this, and I think if we have an opportunity to discuss, I think it makes a lot of sense. And then if we can agree that it does make sense to go on a closed session, then we'll bring it back to the closed session. But if it doesn't make sense, then hopefully we'll. And the other, I mean, so much has been discussed tonight. I mean, I'm sure the plaintiffs are listening. They could easily say that now that we know, I would certainly entertain any offer of settlement, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to just offer to settle right now. But if Councilmember Chahal wants to discuss that with me, now that I know that's what he wants to discuss, I'd be more than happy to go through everything he would like to discuss about that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the public now. We have Betsy Migas and then MR after that. Betsy, is your hand up for this issue?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Betsy Megas. I do serve on your Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, speaking for myself tonight. Congratulations to our new council members this evening. Mr. Becker, I supported you in spite of the £1.50 of junk mail from the 49ers, not because of it. If anything, I suspect their support might have swayed some voters in the other direction. I know even the candidates the 49ers supported resented the outlandish spending and would have preferred to do without it. Like it or not, ethics demand consideration of the appearance of things as well as intentions. I realize that many of you had hoped to end the CVRA lawsuits and campaigned on that point. I share your frustration about the ongoing litigation and its costs. Were we deciding months or years ago, or were the question about proceeding with some subsequent step, I might urge the council to comply with the law or the court's decision and stop pursuing the case. However, it appears to me that this ball has been thrown and it's much too late to change its trajectory. It appears to me that it is too late to save any but the last scraps of money. Indeed, withdrawing at this point might cost money. I think most of you recognize that at this stage. The quickest and most cost-efficient way to conclude this lawsuit at this point is to let this appeal proceed. I would urge the council members to take Mr. Doyle up on his offers to discuss this matter individually for now and to heed his guidance. He's not attacking you, he's trying to keep you out of trouble. Council members, you are not on trial. Please keep it that way. I favor Mr. Park's substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Betsy. Next is MR, followed by Benjamin Cooley. MR initials.
Hi, I've been waiting probably 2 hours to speak to this, and it's unbelievable that something that could have been handled in 2 minutes has taken 2 hours to resolve. I'm appalled and stunned by the city attorney's behavior and his attacks on city council members, his unbelievable leaps of logic to make these accusations. I heard the accusations, and I'm sure the tape will reveal that as well. The city attorney said he can't think of anything that they would want to discuss in closed session. Well, I'll tell you, you've got 3 brand new city council members who have not had any closed session briefings on this issue. It's a leap of logic to suggest they're going to take action, but they deserve to get an update before you go to trial on the arguments that you plan to make, those arguments that you think are particularly strong, the ones that maybe you think are a little bit weak. Maybe you want to talk about what you think the opposition is going to argue, where they're particularly strong, where they're particularly weak. You might want to get some advice and direction from them on possible settlement offers. Maybe the council doesn't want to settle at all. Maybe they want to see it all the way through. Or maybe they would be willing to entertain a settlement offer. But you need direction from the entire council meeting together in closed session to come up with that information. And you've dismissed it out of hand. You can't even imagine that such a discussion would take place. I'm a little concerned about the limits of your imagination. There's plenty to discuss in a closed session before you go to trial, before anything might happen. And I'm concerned at your suggestion that there might be conflicts of interest related to campaign spending. You, as the city attorney, must know that the legislature specifically exempted campaign contributions from conflicts of interest. And if you don't know that, that's concerning as well. Thank you. I urge you to have the meeting in closed session next week.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Benjamin Cooley, followed by Debbie Davis.
Hello. I think most of the points I was going to make were actually already made by the city clerk, but I feel like they're worth reiterating. Closed sessions are the exception in California. They're not the rule. And in general, we expect most things to be handled out in public. And the stuff that happens in closed sessions is usually stuff the public kind of knows the direction of, right? It's the ongoing labor negotiations, or we have new information that came in about a lawsuit. And even though the public is not made aware of the details, they generally know the area that's being discussed, and there is opportunity to comment. So I thought it was really bad to be saying we want to have a closed session about the lawsuit without any direction at all. I think that is completely inappropriate for a closed session meeting. However, I think it would be entirely appropriate to say we shouldn't be discussing, like if the discussion is we want to consider making a pre-trial settlement offer, or we want to talk about what our pre-trial options are to do an affirmative action as opposed to waiting around for a reactive action from the opposing side. I think those are appropriate for closed session, but is it critically important that that be like, we're going to have a closed session to discuss whatever it is we want to talk about. In this case, it sounds like the potential of initiating a settlement by the city. I think that would be entirely appropriate to do in closed session, but it needs to be the topic of the discussion. It can't just be general. We want to talk about what our options might be, because that keeps, it keeps the public at more than arm's width. You want to keep them at arm's width, but not so far away they have no clue what's going on. Anyone in the city who wants to comment on this possibility should have the opportunity to do so. And that only can happen if it is the topic of discussion. So I do urge either you postpone this till a more definite schedule has been made, or if you do schedule something, it be a very concrete topic like a settlement offer.
Thank you. Thank you, Benjamin. Debbie Davis. You're muted.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, now I am a regular citizen, kind of different. So I think what Brian was trying to explain to everyone is that his obligation to the council is to protect you as the attorney. This item is definitely has been in closed session, and for someone to want to bring it out and say they want to have the conversation and agendize it, I understand, but you have to do it and let him know what your concerns are. For a transition from a council to a council, he will sit down with you, and he has probably told you numerous times, he will understand the I guess what is happening with this litigation and why it happened. But I understand his pause because Mr. Becker put in a statement, the city is trying to fight having 6 districts. Day one, if I am on council, I'll make the motion to end the appeal for CRV lawsuit and implement the 6 districts by ordinance. Okay, that would give me pause if that was out in the public. So I understand Brian's hesitation because he needs to protect you. So if you've already said in your mind what you want to do, that's not really helpful to the community, and that's not being very transparent. So I think that you really need to listen to Brian, and I think that each one of you can go in individually and have that conversation. It sounds like he's spoken to a few of you, but you've already put this out in the public. You have the opposing people listening to this whole conversation. So to me, I just don't understand why you did it, and it happened, and it was ceremonial tonight. So I'm really sorry that you had to have some type of business done at this venture. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Next we have Habir Bhatia. Habir?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Hi, everybody. Just again, I wanted to congratulate everyone. I think this is a beginning, and as we as residents really are looking forward to a different tone and a different way of working going forward. And I appreciate Mr. Doyle's perspectives on what is an issue and what's not. But I have to agree with Michelle Ryan that some of these were a bit too big of leaps in terms of judgments, and those could have been clarified up front. I do also want to remind, from my perspective as a resident, that, Mr. Doyle's job is to advise, but after that, it is really up to the council to vote one way or the other, and because he has already put it on record what his recommendations are and concerns are. So I really believe that this could have been shortened if, the conversation was brought back to, now that we've understood all the issues, should we proceed and make that, get to the vote. So I again believe that, we have a great new council, and I hope to see some more constructive meetings. But I do believe that this, just as a procedural perspective, could have been shortened if advice was taken and from then moved on to a vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sam Liu? Sam? You're muted, Sam. Still muted. Still. There you go. There you go.
Thank you,
Sam.
Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Congratulations. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all the newly elected council members. First thing I have I think it's a problematic for me, for the city attorney, that the attitude towards all the new council members. The city attorney, to my understanding, is serve the pressure of the city council member, but he acts like a supervisor. He knows everything, and he intimidating us, not acceptable. Okay, that's my opinion. Secondly, I think I compare Sunnyvale and the Santa Clara City, the size, the population, the race profile, and very similar. The Sunnyvale has adopted election by district and saved their lawsuit, no problem. Why Santa Clara City Council, previous one, choose to do the legal fighting? I think at the beginning that is wrong, because there's two mayors, Mayor A, Mayor C, introduced to gauge the public opinion, all failed. I think so the appeal process at the beginning is wrong. It's logically, it doesn't make sense. Ethically, it's incorrect, and it's not listen to the public opinion. It's against the CVRA. Appeal is just wrong. I think we should dismiss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Oh, we have one of our plaintiffs, Wesley Mukayama. Wesley. Wesley, you're muted. There you go.
Hi, I'm Wes Mukayama. I'm the original plaintiff since 2011. And I'm wondering if Attorney Doyle is not have conflict of interest in this, but that besides the point. If we lose, they're going to charge attorney fees more, and it'll cost more than what we owe. And I'm just wondering why, if you want to have an open meeting with this, you're going to talk about, they're going to ask you, I'm going to ask you about the strengths of your appeal and what you're going to say. And that will just make the other attorneys write it down and figure out how to defeat you. So I support the closed session where they can ask these hard questions to you, is how you're going to defend it. And they have a right to ask that before the 17th. And why you're so much against that is that it seems to me that you want to go on with the appeal. And then what happens after, if you win, it means that we go back to at-large voting again. And if it weren't for district voting, we wouldn't have 3 of these people voted for. And that's the right way to go, because that's what the Civil Rights Act meant, to give people the right to vote in districts that they represent, not at large. That's what I'm. And so I would also vote for a closed session before the hearing, the appeal, excuse me. That's it.
Thank you. All right, we have a phone number ending in 1494. 1494. You're muted, 1494. Hello.
Oh, hi there. Yeah, hello.
Hi.
I'm sorry. I'm just a simple country person. I'm used to your big city ways, but it seems to me that the council is not remembering what his role is there at the lawyer. So I would recommend that you find outside counsel. I'm not sure if this is just simple incompetence or perhaps it's something more nefarious, but clearly someone has some agenda behind here to make Mr. Cahal look bad. I think it's quite simple to have this meeting to discuss the case among the new council members. And I'm not sure why it's such a problem. Perhaps you should look for alternative representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Bhatti has already spoken, so we don't go twice. So that's enough for the public, members of the public. So going back, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call for the question now. Assistant City Clerk.
Okay, Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal. Unmute yourself, Councilmember Shahal.
Before you finish voting, can I ask for a clarification? I didn't think that is what the motion was. I don't think it was on or before December 15th. I think you said whether it be on before or after December 15th.
Correct. Correct.
I will make note of that. Thank you.
He wrote it down.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Sorry.
Councilmember Becker.
Nora, did you note down my vote?
I was coming back to you because I didn't hear you. So
okay.
Your vote, please.
I just want to clarify if there is a conflict between me and city attorney because they're leaving on me and city attorney to decide about the date and then what happens then? A clarification question. Let's say I want before 15 because I'm trying to settlement. I have an idea of if we can do a settlement on that. Whereas if the city attorney said, no, I'm not even, we are not even ready to do any settlement. We'll do it after that.
I think we'd like you both to work together to come up with something.
Because, Madam Mayor, we are 101. Two people. If we have opposite views, then what happens?
I will work in good faith with you.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. That's fine. So.
Okay, go.
Councilmember Shahal, yes? Thank you. And Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Oh, it's interesting to see 7-0. We haven't had 7 in a long time. All right, thank you. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any council members that would like to report on anything? Okay, city manager, executive director, you still with us?
I am still with you all. Okay. Nothing to report.
All right, so that leads us to our adjournment, and I'm hoping everybody, whatever time's left in the evening, it's almost 10 o'clock, that you can go out and celebrate your new positions. And congratulations to everyone who has been elected and re-elected. So there's still some time left in this evening. So have a wonderful time. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So be.
Second.
I think that was
Councilmember Becker,
followed by Councilmember Jane. For
idiot.
Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
So what happens if I say no? I mean, we don't, I guess I lose and we
You can stay on all night long if you like.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.